Okay. Right. Sorry, this is just not... Yeah, I tried to convince myself this is the right song, but then I just couldn't do it.
You're sitting here like, this is fine. This works. This does work. It's not fine.
There was a good song that DJ always used that I think would fit pretty decent. Now he says, boop, 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 boop. Skip. Come on, Ariba. Nice. Right! Ah! Jake. What indeed did happen the last time we gathered to play the Dungeons and Dragons?
Okay. My comprehension of it.
Okay. No, just keep
Alright, fair enough. I'll just, you know, goodbye.
Goodbye. You get
Again.
That was the most graceful coming back into frame I've ever seen.
Well, I could do like, the I don't know if my shoulder left the screen there, but
Kinda did.
Alright, well there we go. What happened last is we woke up with a long rest and had a little chat fight's a better term for it.
Chat fight.
Chat fight. Yeah, it was a chat fight. We had a chat and we fought. The result was I think the way you referred to it was your last shadow as a name instead of just something to a specific person, right?
That is up to interpretation.
Okay. Well, the ephemeral then, because that's what I think it is. The ephemeral stepped through a portal being generated by Erytham from the Allspark.
Yes. The cube.
in the slip on top of the ship. It's what else has occurred? Miss Nile showed up to help out. Presumably. Left. Yeah, and then left.
Well, you didn't see that. Frick didn't see that, I mean.
Fair enough. My character has a completely different perspective of things. I saw everything, I grabbed the Allspark, and then I'm not there anymore. And my Exo's hands are melting. And then it loses power, and I pop out of the Exo, and now my real hand is melting. And the ephemeral makes it through the portal. Thrick fails to succeed on his checks, and we ended off, at least Thrick's side, descending back down to the planet with Erytham.
Yes. A rush of sort of like... Yes?
Mind if I do something real quick?
Yes, go
ahead.
Beach.
Batch. I'm reducing the temperature in the house, so that way I don't have to turn a fan on.
Understand.
So, audio quality is slightly better, even though it means I'm interrupting the stream.
No, you're good. All right.
That's fine.
A rush of uncertainty and not necessarily regret, but yeah, it is definitely an uneasy uncertainty as you descend down to the planet. Seemingly slowly, but you know you're not moving slowly. Descending faster and faster as you move along until you hit a thicker atmosphere and you start to feel the friction in the air. Aerothem still is close behind, but it's nice. Even though you're descending down to a planet that hasn't been kind to you, once again. With a person whom is your near complete antithesis. It's nice. It's the strange calm that comes from the upper atmosphere. The strange calm looking down at this larger than Earth marble. You see the storms brewing around Stormguard. The shield-like shape of Drashari and the familiar home Stateria. Aerothem kind of, like, whizzes past you just a little bit. And he signals to follow him.
I immediately... I'm gonna burn through my final psionic die for the day,
right.
And get the just for the round I have, get the Exo to look up into the sky, and if it sees either of us, I want it to shoot in our general direction. Fire the lasers that way. It's not trying to hit anything, it's just trying to very clearly signal its location.
Nothing happens.
I can't even get to it.
From where you have no clue where it went. Where it is.
Okay. If I fired straight up, then...
It looks like your connection has just... Like
so I can't even use the psionics.
Yeah, you just can't even get through to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is
Then I'll
odd,
follow.
Strange. It's a very strange sensation.
Oh goodness. All right. That's fine. That's fine. It's not fine. It's fine. I'll follow Aerothem.
Okay. He sends... Oh yes.
Final note. Something that just occurred to me. Where Aerotham's hands are being held together by those nanobots, the hand Thrick placed into the cube now has the ink completely covering it.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah. Just a fun note I forgot about.
You both descend down past the cloud layer. And the particular place that he's actually going to is on Stateria. A little... Never eat soggy waffles. A little northwest of where Callisto is. So, you know the general layout of that bottom left, right-hand side of Stateria. You got Clivis there. You got Callisto there. He's going there. So, he's making a triangle. So, right at the border of the woods of Anemus is essentially where he's going.
Wait, is this... Shoot, where's this again?
Stateria.
Oh, it's Stateria. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like...
Outside the woods of Anemus.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, he's going just on the outside. And then just as it looks like he's going to land on the border of the woods, he shoots in.
Oh, fun. Can I track him? His direction?
Yeah. At the very final moment, instead of slowing down for you, he just pops a flare. And just follow the trail.
I see. He got tired of dealing with me.
Yeah. And he disappears into the brush. The very large trees. He actually goes to a place where the redwood trees, or the lake trees, are... I explained it in the doc, around the size of what the World Trade Center is. They're thick, big boy trees. Like and massive. And he descends in. And he flies and he threads through those trees until you see behind that curtain of smoke coming from his flare a small hidden small township, I suppose. Not like good old western town with like 10 buildings. No.
Yeah.
It's more like a neighborhood almost, with like a town square, you know, a marketplace, whatnot, a middle mansion that, you know, signifies, you know, this is the mayor's or whatever. And a large kind of warehouse-like structure on the edge of the town.
Is it like particularly large or just like regular warehouse? I know that's a weird question.
Regular warehouse size, yeah.
Because there's like, you know, there's your regular warehouse and then there's like Tesla's super factory or whatever they call it. You know, I just wanted to make sure this man wasn't hiding something like that in these trees.
But the houses seem to be like interconnected with the trees, so they built that into like it's like almost like it integrated it into nature almost. But
is it on the forest floor? Or is it suspended?
Both. Like both.
Neighborhoods go up instead of out.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. He lands on the outskirts and just kind of looks up and waits for you to land next to him.
Circle. Just kind of take it in. Circle pickle. Anyways.
Hey, that Thrick. Oh wait, was it Pickle Rick? Right, so it's Pickle Thrick, dude.
It's Thrickle Rick.
Oh god, I hate that.
Pickle Thrick.
Pickle Thrick. Yeah.
Pickle G.
I hate that, dude. I hate that so much.
I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle G.
You have to change that in the D&D server now to that. Okay. Yeah, he just waits for you to land next to him.
No, at no point does he make it like his wings get very tired. They're not really meant for like this long a duration, but he holds it for as long as he can before having to let up and let himself fall a little faster, just trying to get his surroundings, his bearings. Look for exit routes, most likely.
Okay.
You know, anything. Does he recognize this place? Or is this just like, nope, this was not mapped and I can't believe that?
Yeah. Actually, yes. But you'd understand that a lot of towns like that are kind of lost in the maze that is the Woods of Nemoth. Particularly because the elves don't want to open themselves up to the rest of the world. But yeah, you land next to him, and to explain the scenery just for a moment, it is like dawn, essentially. It's dawn, and it the golden light peeks through these trees, and it makes a nice warm glow. Trees are warm, cozy, and there's a thick layer of leaves, not dead leaves like in the fall, but leaves that seem to have sustained on the ground. He's about 100 yards away from the edge of the town, in this sort of like courtyardish area where there is a old fountain, taken over by weeds, vines, leaves. Is not working. There's no water in it either. But it looks like a circle. It looks like the force conformed to this sort of fountain, and he lands next to it. And he just places his hand on the fountain and looks toward the town. And he says, welcome to Ashalana, my hometown.
Ah. He kind of looks around. Of all the places, why here?
I have connections. But most importantly, my workshop. My personal workshop is here.
Hmm.
You can actually see at a closer glance this area was affected by the mist.
Hmm.
So you can see like weird biological phenomena like that have like integrated itself into the forest.
What was the name of this place?
Ashalana, I can just spell it out. Ash.
Yeah.
So ASHOLANA. Okay. Eartham just looks about.
Sorry, I'm still taking notes.
No, you're good.
This is the woods of Anemus?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're gonna hope I spelled that right. I either spelled it Animus or Anemus, and I won't know till later. That's fine.
Heck yeah. Oh god. Okay. There we go. It looks like it housed around 2,000 people in a condensed form. He kind of like touches the fountain in sort of like a ceremonial way, or a sentimental way, and he starts walking towards this town. And in a very strange fashion, he turns to you, and with a small, subtle, kind of unnoticeable smile. Have you ever heard of Ashalana before?
Can't say I have. I imagine that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get... Can't say I have. Didn't show up in any of the books. But I imagine that's my intention.
It's a wonderful place. You'll learn to love it here, for the amount of time we'll have to spend together.
Out of curiosity, where are we? You know what the sense I mean.
I only know a little bit. I wish I knew more, but you know. Nothing much is different, though. If that's your question.
But it isn't home.
It is. It is. Just a little in the past. We were sent about a week from where we were to here. Though let me be clear. The ephemeral was never here.
Interesting.
Well, and he goes back to his, like, original, baseline of like snubbery.
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
And he says, well, if you forgot anything, now's the time.
So, if you're what?
If you forgot anything, here, now's the time to go get it. And he keeps walking. He seems a little happy. He's a little too happy. Not particularly because of the events that happened, but because he's here. There. Particular.
Do you be able to help me locate my exo? That's just about the only thing I'm interested in taking back. If there's a way back.
The one you brought with you, or...
The only one that's temporally still on the planet. The other two that would exist at this point in time are both on a ship that is probably past the atmosphere by now.
I could arrange something. I don't have that capability myself.
We'll deal with it later. Not a man of magic much, are you?
He starts walking over towards him. It seemed. Did he look like he was trying to, walk out and for a stroll, or?
Yeah.
So he finally, turns away from the fountain and everything and starts to walk with him.
Not one for much for magic, are you? Not in the normal sense.
I tend to think that's the lazy man's route.
It has its merits, though. Can't deny that.
No. I think any man is better unaffiliated. Personally.
With magic? Mind if I probe a little deeper? Why is that? A complete unaffiliation.
Strengthens your mind. You have everything at your disposal, at your fingertips. Where's the fun in that? Can't think of your own solutions. At least that's my... And he kind of he gives you like an elbow jab a little bit, and he's like...
He's like sidesteps it.
Okay. He attempts to, and he says, he doesn't really seem fazed by that at all, but he says, and getting knowledge artificially. That's even worse. The leaves, calmly fall around you two as he walks closer and closer toward Ashalana.
I take it you know.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. How's that?
I take it you know how I got up my faith.
I presume.
No.
I presume.
What do you presume then? Perhaps I can share a little something with you.
I take it you're the, this is Jamie struggling for my words right now.
Yeah.
I take it you're the kind of being who just doesn't know when to quit.
That's a way of putting it.
Sure. I think a blind man can see that.
But I don't believe in the gods. That's not where my faith is placed.
Good. Good. I respect that.
Not that I don't believe there's some necessity in that form of prayer, that form of faith. I got my faith because I believed in knowledge. I came up with my own philosophy.
Okay. Enlighten me, please. I'm genuinely curious.
From what I can tell, faith is based off belief, correct? That's what we're taught. So, therefore, if I believe in a god, if I believe in, say, Mios,
And he gestures to the forest around them.
I may gain power over nature or perhaps some aspect of that. I provide her the faith. She gains something and I also gain something. But the key is that Mios has a larger hand in that. Faith, though, doesn't require the gods. Which is the most curious thing. Because I'm still a knowledge cleric, if that's what you want to call it. But when I gained that sort of power, I'd never prayed a day in my life to a single god. What had they ever done for me? Well, I believe in some being that wouldn't help you in your darkest moments. They don't reach out, why would I? And yet I stand before you today, wielding the same magics a holy man does. I dubbed it synthesis. Same as Tiamat.
You know, back before the first songs were sung, the people believed the gods were more heavenly, divine creatures that that truly were these primordial, omniscient beings. But as time went on, people grew more powerful, stronger, more in tune with their abilities, with their minds. They realized that the gods were nothing more than just powerful people. I find that to be the reason why I don't care for them. Or magic.
Magic's an outlier.
Sure.
It's studied. It's developed.
Sure.
It's practically a science. Almost.
But do you know where that magic comes from? Your manipulation on what they call the weave.
That's something I had recently been considering. Why/where exactly that's coming from. That's why I don't have complete reliance on it. You've seen it. You've seen me. I'm not using a channel divinity. Not channeling divinity to reactivate my exo. I'm using my psionics.
It's like mathematics. There's always an easiest way of doing things. the traditional way. Well, there's always some other way, sure.
But reduction is oftentimes the best answer.
I wasn't going to say it. Little tangential. But, I do have to say, even though we've deemed ourselves adversaries, I do respect what you and your friends did for Calantham. I don't think you guys get that enough.
He thinks it over for a second.
Back at the cube, you yelled something fairly enlightening about being a servant. Is that what this is? Is that what that was about? Freeing the shackles? Or you can keep it to yourself. What's done is done, I guess. Thank you for the thanks, but you're speaking to the wrong person. And quite frankly, it's too little too late.
Would you like to learn about him? 8.
The ephemeral?
Sure. You're going to learn one way or another.
What would it offer me?
A little more insight.
Why? Why do what you just did and then offer these things to me?
Call it an undeniable respect, I suppose.
Thrick's demeanor, changes almost immediately.
Two of you. Two of you. Two of you. Ronan and you both. What is it? Why choose respect in these matters? It's so... Perhaps it's a power play meant to make it seem demeaning. But genuinely, why respect? I have my own answers. But Ronan could have easily been victorious on multiple occasions. I think at the end he lost that respect. Why you?
I had the displeasure of meeting him long time ago. I believe his philosophies were meant to demean. Admittedly, I can come off the same way. He kind of gives himself a little cheeky smile. But I think at the end of the day, when all is said and finished, if you choose to engage in a war of wits, abilities, or it just happens to stumble into place, I find myself always no matter if I hate them beyond anything, finding the qualities that I tend to look for in friends.
Now that's a thought I had never occurred to me. You having friends. Forgive me.
No.
There's people for everyone. It's a bit, humbling.
I tend to have a business side and a more recreational one.
I take it this is the recreation.
Sure. But, you know, since we're going to be spending an unknowingly amount of time together, why spend it in Discord? There's a certain meta aspect to that, I'm going to be honest, because we're on Discord, right? Anyways, sorry. Okay.
Max ground too much becomes dull, not sharp.
Okay, Jamie didn't just
Wise.
comprehend what you just said, so can you just repeat that one more time?
Daniel just asked if they're allowed to watch the stream. I figure the answer is
That's all up to you, man.
honestly, I don't know what's gonna happen in these streams.
So probably
Do you
safe
think
no.
it's-
Probably safe no then.
But how about a no for now?
Yeah.
But if we get to the end of this one, or say the second one, it's like, you know what, whatever.
Okay.
But for the first one, no.
Yeah.
And then we'll reassess.
You know, actually, that's actually a very interesting thought that you bring up, actually.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna send the message.
Oh.
Daniel sent in staging area.
He
That's
put
what
it
I
in
was.
staging it. I thought he DM'd you. I don't have my notifications.
Oh yeah.
'Cause
Sorry about that.
not this one, but maybe the next. It's funny that you bring that up, actually. Hey, yo, Bill! How's it going? Hi. We're playing D&D. Hi. How's it
And
going?
now for an abrupt shift in tone.
Yeah, now for back at it. Hey. It's funny that you bring that up. It's fun. This is like two worlds colliding right now. Anyways. Hey.
I'm gonna let the silly out for a minute. Alright. Put it together, take a drink of water. that completely threw everything off.
Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. I can't look at that screen, dude. Okay.
Dude, I put it on my phone and then I set it down face down so I don't look at that, right?
Yeah.
You can't let the distractions in.
It's funny that you bring that up, actually. Because I could have said the same thing about you. Back when we first met. Scratch
Surprised
that.
I had friends.
No. Okay, scratch that. Scratch that.
Hmm.
Yes. That's not an attack. Just a prompt, I suppose.
And that's in reference to what? Because
You're the friends thing.
Okay, wait. What I said to him or what?
He's saying
Okay.
he thought the same thing about you.
Oh, okay.
You're not the only one.
I figured. There's so many things I want to say that he just wouldn't say.
Yeah. Thrick just like stops kind of like, you know how like when you're having a conversation with someone and walking, like you at least have this sort of like demeanor that's like adjusted to like shifted towards them, right? He kind of unshifts and just moves to a lot more of a probably what could be explained as casual or just trying to enjoy the woods for a time.
Back by about a week.
Yeah.
First time?
You did not just say that, dude. He kind of just like is taken aback. It's not for you.
He looks over at Ertham.
Let's just say, if there was...
Actually, does he know Aowen exists?
Frick?
We're aware that something guards the timelines, right?
Yes.
But we don't know it's named Aowen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just say that if something guards the timelines, it's okay with what I've done. On multiple occasions. Across 2 timelines.
Well, if you find yourself manipulating time and somebody doesn't, or something, doesn't come to snatch you back to your reality, then I suppose they're turning a blind eye. Wouldn't you think?
I was told to keep it quiet, but I don't think keeping it quiet could hide exactly what I've done. So, turning a blind eye is probably right.
And you did what? If you allow me to be curious.
He smiles to himself.
You have protocols. Don't tell me you don't.
I do.
Let's say that some conveniently timed protocols got a message across a timeline. That was the first instance. Next time, to my best guess, as we rewound time, actually shortly after meeting you. But that's only a guess. The estimates on what exactly happened there are questionable.
And here I thought the dungeon was playing tricks on me.
So you noticed. How many do you think noticed?
Everybody in that hellhole Probably.
That really green colors a lot of things. That fight was a cluster.
I never thought I'd see that meatball again. But
Cold Drathun?
yes.
What was that? The Wicked One.
If I told you, you might think I'm lying. You realize the irony in that one.
What?
It's strange. If I told you, you'd think I'm lying.
Try me. I've seen, heard of a lot of weird things. Why not add one to the pile?
Do you recall the last couple lines of text in the memoir of Tia of the happenings of the Painful Eight?
I imagine he would, but
For
is that
your
in the
sake-
Clanton talk?
No.
Or
it's
is-
not.
Is that not something we have access to? Do you recall it? Yes, but my player doesn't.
See, this is where the simplicity of DOS Boy would come in, and he'd just say no.
DOS Boy would be like, yeah, hey DM, what did she say? And Aerithim would be able to hear it. Alright, it wouldn't be simple, it'd be worse. Aerithim would have his mind crushed by the weight of the eldritch being that is DOS Boy.
He kind of...
Who ain't got nothing on him.
Cthulhu's got nothing. Oh, I have to send you a video. Remind me about Cthulhu video later, okay?
Okay.
Okay. He says, he kind of looks up at the, God rays coming through the trees, the canopy, and he starts reciting. I look down at a broken man, impaled by his own cold blade. The same fear that he saw in my eyes, I saw in his, as his body and soul were whisked away and taken for a gleeful ride on his last trot down the currents of the wind. Just like a god. And he stops reciting. Just like a god. A soul goes somewhere. If not heaven for Eldra, or whatever you want to call it, or Helheim. Mel didn't go to neither of those places. You effectively fought the remnants of Malboni.
Beholder?
Yeah.
Is that a form of choice?
Oh, absolutely not.
Then why that form?
That I don't know. I'm not sure what happened in the time between his death and his absorption. Something must have. But that dungeon constructed itself. I don't think Mel had any conscious part in that.
I'm sorry, this is me having flashbacks to all the times we yelled the symbolism
The symbolism!
in that dungeon. Thurk thinks back on it. He does smile a little. He cracks a little.
Yeah.
And then kind of he regains his posture.
What were those monoliths? Do you have a hand in them? Do you know what they were?
I knew what they were, but I didn't take any part in building them. Disagreed with the whole process.
So it was Mel's idea.
It was one he adopted. I don't know if it was his, somebody else's.
Well, I've interpreted it as a final influence on the world. Is that what it was, or?
I think that's a reasonable explanation. But it's not a satisfying one.
It isn't. Some pitiful sentiment. Even in death, I'm to guide the direction of this world one way or another. That's some...
He wasn't like that.
That's why it's unnerving. The being that stepped through the portal, was that the ephemeral? Or...
Yeah.
Did I see it finally take that planetoid shape towards the end, or?
A glimpse, yeah, before the portal just kind of closed.
Why did it turn into a gas giant? Or a gas dwarf?
My best theory is that it's composing itself, attuning to the world around it.
It's getting its makeup on before it's night out.
Yes. It's not from this. It's not from our realities. I presume that takes some adjustment, as if us going from our third dimension down to the second or first.
That was... I had figured we were at least close to our original dimension, seeing as the physics of the new dimension did not immediately obliterate us or us it. But it had some adjusting to do. How long do you think that'll last?
Oh,
Whether that was temporally or physically, it was doing something.
I don't think that it'll be there for... He kind of stops. And he kind of just looks at you, and he just says, I don't have an answer for you.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Alright, never mind. He starts just thinking to himself.
You perhaps have a thermometer capable of taking a mostly accurate measurement at a distance.
So are they specific? What's your
Want to gather info on it. When I go back, if it's endothermic or exothermic, that'll tell me something. It's either gathering energy or it's releasing it. It's either permeating the surroundings or it's adjusting to them. Just want to find out the nature of that.
I think I have something that I can equip you with.
A radiation scanner.
That
Or a
might come in
heater.
handy. Yeah.
That'll come in handy on multiple occasions. I can't imagine that ship is very capably shielded against radiation.
It has some defenses, but nothing crazy. In fact,
Let's just
actually,
say I don't trust it in close proximity to any binary star system or any one that has a larger sun than ours.
it's understandable. I propose this. We make this thing, this device. While it's in its boot up, I can equip you. You can search for your exo. And then maybe we can part ways. At this point, you find yourselves at the base of the town. Nobody is on the streets. Nobody's in the center. You see faint lights in cabins, suspended in the trees or on the ground. But it looks like the town has not awakened. Where you would have a town that, from the aerial perspective at nighttime with the lights on, there is rarely, is like looking down at a big city and there's like 2 or 3 lights on. That's
So
very
as
strange.
as Thurk's walking with him, he's like, he's just continuing on to the next question, right? So, are we chronally locked? As he starts to notice the town.
I'd have to make observations.
All right. Where is everyone?
He starts just looking around. Noticeably a little more on edge now.
Oh, don't worry. They're just asleep.
Nocturnal?
Ashalana is a nocturnally functional town. I somewhat prefer that. People get up in the late evenings. Some have to, of course, make their living during the day, but I like walking around at this time. It's peaceful.
I usually like the night for the quiet. This will be a change. But I respect the nighttime escapades.
My workshop is just up here. And he passes... He goes to a very sort of... let's say humble side of the town. And it's just a beat up cabin. Looks like it's been there for like 200 years.
Gartham, Gartham's an elf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have I noticed a talisman? I don't remember what they're called.
It's talisman. With your passive,
23.
yeah, he is carrying. You can see like the like the dents that it caused on his shirt, but he looks like he's wearing a sort of harness under his shirt.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Lay on Hands on myself.
Okay.
Just because.
I need you to roll a d100, please.
A D100. Well, it's not casting. It's an ability. I don't know if that makes a difference. Cool. Oh, frick. I don't know where my D100 is. My big one.
Your big
I have
chunk.
I have the 37.
Appreciate it.
Reduce your age by 7 years. You're now a 12-year-old.
What'd you say?
Reduce your age by
No. What'd you
Oh, 37.
Hey, look at this old man eyes. 37, you say?
37. I have 37. 37 more years.
Okay. Alright. Roll a d6.
Okay. I'm increasingly more concerned and interested. 6.
6 flumps. Just kind of poof. Around
He
you
looks around him. Wild magic.
And they just kind of flutter away. Yep. Yeah.
He starts chuckling to himself. Well, now it makes a little more sense. You're a product of your environment. To some degree. Why use magic where it's unnatural? Where it's gonna shift things, damage things? I would completely agree with you. If this is where I had been raised. What a wonderful place, but I wouldn't want to deal with wild magic.
You're not gonna find many spellcasters here. A few who want to brave the influence of the all-powerful.
Mios.
Yes. You said something earlier that has kind of been kept on my mind. Why should the gods care for you in your darkest moments?
Does it seem like he wants an answer to that question?
Genuine answer, yeah.
Because who will for them and theirs? If we hate each other, we'll destroy each other.
Have you ever thought about how if we all just cut our belief, all of us, everybody on Calantham, were to just cease to believe, what would become of the gods? Would there be a god at that point? In fact, I think I have a very troubled relationship with just calling them a god. I think I've taken the liking of just calling them people. Just very powerful people.
I'm inclined to agree with that sort of philosophy. I've spoken to a few of them. They seem like people.
They have
People with a lot of... People with a lot of power, albeit. Gives them divine qualities.
He brandishes Alistair's knife in a fairly threatening manner, but clearly he's not going to stab him. Just as like it's like his first instinct is to stab him, and then he's like, right, I'm just showing him the blade. And he just shows it.
And they leave certain qualities with us.
He opens a coat pocket and resheaths it.
Ah, yes. Jamie need to look at my lord.
Right? It glows the colors of Tiamat.
Ah, yes.
Gently.
You're a Vacna, I see. Which means the awoken, which means the person who's talked to the god. You know, okay.
Yeah. I didn't remember the Vacna, but yeah.
That makes too much sense. Do you mind if I observe that knife? I'm not going to.
Yes, I do.
Understandable.
Last time you observed him, we know how that ended, so... Let's say if you get a closer look at this knife, it's because I'm going to be shoving it through one of your eyes.
I wouldn't blame you.
Glad we can see eye to eye.
I had a knife.
How tall is Aratham?
He is just a tad taller. He's 6'2". 6'2".
He's 6'2"?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still about a foot taller than Thrick. And he's still in his young form right now.
Yeah.
He hasn't dropped it at all.
He's he's just he's 2 inches taller than Aratham, which was 6 foot.
Yeah, so he says that looking up.
Aratham was a not Aratham. Alistair was a he's a good elf. He was a good elf. And he opens the door. Big creak. It's sort of like an awkward, like, almost like an awkward, awkwardly loud, echoey creak across the town that looked like it may have disturbed some people.
Quit opening that dang door! For an adventure, can't you just make some WD-40? Take away the squeak!
Take away the squeak.
Come on!
Oh, God.
The rural elves be like.
And he, it reminds you a lot of Aloon's house. But...
Immediately, like, going through his head, he's like, I don't want to add structural supports to another person's house.
But instead of like a hatch and a ladder down, his workshop is just the kitchen. It's just the kitchen.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
In a weird way, it doesn't surprise me. He like enters in, like he after a moment like he enters in.
I don't know why I didn't think of you as some small town boy who became an inventor, but it weirdly fits.
And you see this. Probably the most, like, just like hit you in the back of the head revelation. Like, really? Like, are you stupid? But he goes to the back, and on the back wall there is this like box, almost like a it's just like it's like one of those, like, you know, those things where you're like those really old like employee punch-in sheet card holders, like on the wall, and he just like he just takes out like this gilded feather on just this gilded feather from that little holder, and it has a little string like a woven string that descends from its base, and he just puts it around his neck under his shirt, and you hear a little click, and then just immediately you're like, did he just leave his talisman here in his house, just not on him ever? It was just there, and it's just like, bruh, are you like, that's either the most genius thing or the most stupid thing you've ever seen, and it's just like, you don't know which one it is.
Yeah, Brick, like for what, like the 5th or 6th time today, just pauses for a moment and lets it like lets it absorb.
And he doesn't even acknowledge it. He just goes about settling in. He like takes off his coat, places it on the couch.
There are now 2 of you. How does that work? You've got another you. That's got about a week before he gets back to this point. Are you both sharing a single talisman right now?
The one up there didn't bring it.
I know, because you just picked it up.
So yes.
That's possible?
For some. Who have the will to do it. And he kind of just breaks into like this little chuckle that you just like.
Brick's just like, he's just contemplating like what exact, like this kind of, to him, almost like redefines what exactly a talisman can be. If it's like he's trying to figure it out in his head.
Okay.
I think you'd actually like it.
A talisman or what's happening?
He kind of, you hear a little click again, and he just brings out the feather. Take a guess.
At what? At what?
At what the feather's from.
From?
Yeah.
Minocaw. Looking at it, does it look like a Minocawa feather?
Could be.
Phoenix?
It's a viable guess.
He says, it's gilded, right?
It's like it's not necessarily a real feather.
Yeah.
It's like a metal one. It's gilded, yeah.
Phoenix.
Close. Inside this casing is a feather from Bucephalus, the griffin that Alistair rode. So, when I say he was a great elf, I mean it. And he clicks it back into his harness.
He gets a little sick to his stomach. He doesn't show it. He doesn't really let anything out.
This is where the magic happens. Or the lack thereof in your case.
Unfortunately, this does require a lot. This is Jamie stumbling my own words. To the point to which I cannot help. And he unfurls this blueprint on, like, a landing, like an island in the kitchen. And you see that device, the blueprint. Though, however, it looks like the scratchings of a madman. So, like, you know, in like a movie where they show you like a prisoner's cell that's like gone insane, and they found somewhere to like draw on the walls, and it's supposed to be like, ooh, spooky, spooky. You know, it almost looks similar to what that might be. And he doesn't acknowledge it. He just moves on.
Is it in a particular language, or is it just in common and it's scratched? It's just weird.
It looks. You can identify that it's written in like 7.
7 language. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any of them ignore us, actually?
No.
No. Okay. That's weirdly comforting, despite the weirdness of the scratching.
Yeah. And he says, "We're gonna start with this," and he points to that pyramid-like structure that held up the Tesseract. He places his hand on it, and he says, "This is called the Foundation. The proverbial cornerstone to this device." He moves his hand up along the paper. The outer cube is called the Tesseract. The inner, the thing you call the Allspark, is called the Rune.
Instead, the Allspark, but sure.
He looks down and he places his hand on the foundation again. This... Sorry, my dog is crying because my parents are home. This... All these pieces are equal. We cannot... You can't skim the milk. If we're going to use that language. I can tell you how to get these things. I cannot do these things. For either I am banned from these circles, or I just do not have the magical capability. We're going to start with the foundation. The foundation is as important as what the name implies. The easiest way I can see us obtaining this He kind of like digs through. He goes to like a closet. He digs through and just starts like moving things aside. You know, it almost reminds you of Alice.
Secrets of the Universe, coats, shoes, umbrella.
Yeah, it almost looks like, you know how Alistair would have like grabbed things and just tossed it behind him. Eretham's very intentional about like putting things neatly in the in the closet rather than just checking them out. He grabs like this prototype, wires just hanging out of it, just really jank. Like pyramid structure, and he just slaps it on the table. And he says, "This will be the housing." Hey!
Looking at it, does it look at all magical, or is it like 90% technological? 100%?
100% technological.
100%. Okay.
Yeah. And he says,
EM radiation. That thing was practically welded to the ship.
"Yeah. This is just a housing. The abilities that you saw it portray are provided by a very capable magic user. Nothing to which you or your friends are capable of. This really needs the touch of an adept. Wizard, sorcerer. Preferably one of those two.
You have the completed schematics? Or are those also locked away from you?
This is all I have. And he says, one of the most difficult spells to pull off for a wizard, as I am told, is the spell Imprisonment. That is what needs to be cast on this device. A modified imprisonment, I should add. Which imprisons a 9th level spell. And he says, there's unfortunately only one in the area. One on this side of Soteria who is willing to indulge in the necrotic that heavily for this. I am no longer allowed to see him anymore. He doesn't like talking to people twice. His name is Fane Vander.
Vander sounds familiar.
Vander?
Vander. Fane. How do you spell it?
Fane. And then Vendor. Hey!
Vander.
Dog.
I think I'm just thinking of a Van der Graaf generator.
Alright.
Does this have to be...
Sorry?
Does this have to be produced... Does this have to be cast by a wizard? Or is there some other...
Sorcerer. His name amongst the underworld is the White Wolf. You are to go see this man and bring this. And he literally just hands you one of those mason jar. He just hands you a mason jar.
Just a regular mason jar?
Mason jar. Inside of it, though, however, is a ruby. And he says, this is what he needs to cast it on. And he points into the middle of the machine, and there's a perfect cut housing unit for that particular ruby.
Belgium.
It's seen its days, yeah. And he says, you'll find him at the town's... He literally does this. Social club.
This town?
Yeah. It's called the Regal Dream.
What's with the air quotes?
It advertises itself as such. But if you provide a password that lit'll know, you'll be taken to... frankly, where the highly elite and the scummy go. Special club. It's called the Corsair.
I was wondering why Corsair sounded familiar, and then I looked at the name on my keyboard.
It's also on your head.
Yes. Either it's somewhere.
There you go.
Spelled the same?
Yep.
It's a special club called the Corsair, or
Yeah, it's
Special-
like a secret club inside the Regal Dream.
I'm literally looking at the name on my keyboard and writing that down.
Okay.
The password is Eva.
EVA?
EVEA.
Oh, is it the weird EA thing? No, never mind.
No.
Never mind.
No.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I just look over at Twitch for just a second. Freaking XQC is streaming to 81,000 people and just guess the game he's playing.
Warzone.
Clash Royale. He's playing Clash Royale, dude.
It's playing Clash Royale to 81,000 people. Okay. Very nice.
Alright.
Very nice. I didn't know Clash Royale was that popular.
I can love Clash Royale, and he's just...
Gonna be honest with you. Respectable.
I'm significantly better than this man. By Alright.
Dang.
Alright, anyways. Okay.
When stream ends, you gotta start flaming him in chat. Call him out on 1v1.
Alright. He, I will warn you. Thane is a tricky one. He's wildly adept. Insanely intelligent. Manipulative. He plays tricks. So, admittedly more than I, so be careful trying to navigate this man.
Don't, please don't. Neither of us should even try that. I'll do my best to not die. Or fall into a pit.
When the town
Thank
wakes,
you for the heads up.
when the town wakes, that large structure you saw at the edge of town is the Regal Dream.
The warehouse?
Fashioned from, yes.
Alright.
I recommend getting some rest. Town life starts late. And he just walks out.
Of his house?
Yep. And he just strolls down the road. And you're just left alone in his house.
Thrick looks down at the clothes that are now way too small on him,
Yeah.
and is gonna go look for somewhere that, like a tailor or somewhere that sells, clothes for someone of his now stature.
Okay.
And then, not something fancy, just
Something.
that and a pack. Yeah.
Okay.
That and a pack to put some, put items in, because he doesn't have one right now.
Let's take a break and we'll get there.
Take a break? Alright.
Yeah. Alright. I'll be right back.
I will probably turn my camera off for a minute, just because everything is behind me.
Howdy, gamer.
Hello?
Boys. Okay. Ready to climb? Wow. Jesus Christ.
You good?
I'm chewing on gummy vitamins.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was asking if you're ready to go.
Yeah. Something I thought about while I was, away from my PC. Another detail. Because that arm is quite singed. While the Adone is not activated, the usual tattoo that's right there that says Korth is still visible, but the dragon that surrounds it is now kind of faded into the rest of the mangled arm. But when he activates the Adone, Korth disappears, and in a blood red ink, the dragon mark appears, which would outline Korth.
Okay. We have made it 3 bullet points in.
In 2 hours. And it's sunset.
Really?
Yeah, right now it's
Jesus
sunset.
Christ. No, I didn't think. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Well, slightly less than 2 hours, like an hour and 40 some minutes, I think.
Okay.
Ish.
Cool. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, that's everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard either. Seriously, don't think about it too hard.
Okay.
Or your brain might implode. Mine is.
So, sitting there in the early morning, dawn, around 6, 5-ish, something. You get the idea to do things you said before.
Yes. I'm gonna see if there's a tailor. I'm looking for clothing that's like aligned with the general style, I guess, of the area. He doesn't want to deck himself out in Astrum stuff and stand out like a sore thumb. So and also it's not he doesn't want to go for casual, but he also doesn't want to go for super formal. Something in between.
Okay.
Because he doesn't know what this club is like.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you just hit in between, that's probably good enough.
You walk outside, look to the left, down that long main street. You see Eretham's little body just walking down, enjoying the little sun. And you know that phenomenon in New York where there is a sunset and it's directly in the center of one of the main roads?
Kinda, yeah.
The sun is directly in the center of that road, behind the canopy. And he's just enjoying his time. You actually see just next to that house, a elf of what you can imagine to be thousands upon thousands of years old. He doesn't look withered. He doesn't look old. He just looks mature. He's actually setting up shop. Like a roadside shop. As in he's taking like, it looks more like a convenience store, so he's like setting up like fruit stands and like whatnot. But he also has like 3 or 4 outfits hanging on a hanger on his window or something. And he just maneuvers himself on a little stool, and he just sits and he just stares. Not at you, just out.
Yeah. Shopping mode has activated.
Yeah.
Plots have deactivated.
A little odd. Because Eretham said nightlife was main life, So this guy sitting up at dawn, after business hours would typically end, he's set up shop.
He walks over just to. Yeah, he walks over to make an inquiry.
It's like he doesn't even notice you're coming.
At this point, he's gonna switch back to no Adone activated.
Okay.
Just walk over. Oh, hello.
Someone there.
Down here.
Ah.
Hi.
People say I'm supposed to. You're a kobold. Hi.
Hi. Yeah.
This is wild.
Yeah, I get that on the occasion.
I have only seen you in texts described to me by adventurers.
And he's in a little suit.
Uh,
Because he never. Or I think he. Did he change? No, I don't think he had the opportunity to. The mental image.
Yeah, I'd like to say I don't get that a lot, but it's odd, I get it.
Are you a spire? You look the golden spire. Are you
Oh, right.
like one?
Is he? He technically is now.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm out on a bit of extra business. Personal mostly though.
You need like
That's
an orange.
He thinks about it for a second.
Actually, yeah. I need that, and I'm also looking for something in between formal wear and casual for this area. I'm trying not to stand out, even though I know what I'm asking in terms of that. And I also need it in 2 sizes. Preferably something that would fit me. If that's not possible,
And then he kind of details the like general proportions required for his young form.
and that.
Okay. I have a child. He like unhooks an outfit and he's like, this may be a little big, but it's for a child.
What is it?
It
Is,
honestly
is it like
it's just
crappy children's clothes?
No, it honestly just looks like what he's wearing. It looks
But
almost
smaller.
Exactly. Yeah, it's smaller.
Oh goodness. Is this the employee uniform?
No, it's just like typical. It's very drapey. It almost looks like a priest would come out wearing it, but you can assume it's just regional wear. And
Okay.
he kind of just like hands it down to you.
And the larger size in a pack. I have some travel to do.
He gives you literally just the same outfit.
He's only got one
yeah.
style outfit.
It's
I'm
just
like,
different.
Vic's like questioning it, and he's like, I am a typical tourist right now. That is what this man is. That's why he's out here.
I heart Ashalana.
Yeah, like, is there any text on it?
No,
Like,
no.
if he sees any text, he's gonna, like, pick out the threads with his claws later.
But yeah, he like hands you an orange,
Uh.
and he just
How much?
we don't do that here.
What?
We don't
Exchange.
we don't have currency. Well, we don't do that. Just take it. It's okay.
Okay. Why? How? Forgive me if it's rude. I'm just a bit confused.
We just we do things because we love it. We don't do it because we want money or anything. Just take it. It's okay.
Thank you. He doesn't trust it for a second. now he's scared. Even though that might actually be true. It's a weird thing to feel comforted that he can ask Aratham questions. But it's like, okay, sure. Thank you.
Anytime, and he just goes back to staring.
They're gonna just walk away.
Okay.
In particular, he's actually looking to find a place away from the houses.
Mm-hmm.
Just not around any of the village. Somewhere where he could most likely be alone.
That fountain that you landed at would be a wonderful place.
Alone for like a sleeping period of time.
That fountain.
Really?
Yeah, it does not look like anybody's been there for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really, is it not like a town center or anything?
It was about 200 so yards away from the town.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just looks like it's been forgotten.
Well, perhaps about. Oh gosh, it's getting real dark. You can see what I mean by it's sunset.
Yeah.
Like I can remedy it slightly if I switch over to a Google Doc like this, right? Which, if you see me switching, the only tabs I have up are Calanthum, the homebrew tracker, because I've had to update my Adon as we've been speaking, and Petite protocols because literally came up this session.
Yeah.
So, about I don't know, 20 or so yards from that location. Hopefully around a tree. He stands there and he extends a hand out and casts Mold Earth from the Dragon Mark.
Okay.
But now it's these cords of ink that come well up from the mark and reach the fingertips and reach out into the earth and slowly carves an opening for him. Just at the base of a root.
And you feel resistance, and then just as you're about to step in, it just closes.
He steps back.
And then I need you to roll another D100.
Goodness! I can find it. I may have to turn a little bit of light on.
Okay.
Because I can't find my dice. Give me a second. I'm gonna just check what these look like. They're both gonna look different. So there's that one.
Okay.
That's really bright. Tell me what this other one looks like. How bright is this? Gosh, There's no difference, is there?
Yeah, that one's pretty decent though.
I'm trying to go for dim.
Dim. That last
I've gotta-
one would work.
I might have something even dimmer. How about that?
It looked like nothing changed. I can see a slight
Oh.
reflection on your fridge.
On my free. Oh, yeah. Okay. That didn't help me at all. This is. Ah. Perfect.
Perfecto.
I turned the bathroom light on and left the door open. Okay. 97. What's up with the sevens?
97, you say? Under 7.
97.
You hear a faint, calming, ethereal music drift around you. As the thought now lingers in your mind, I now understand why their architecture never formed the earth, but formed around it.
Okay. The Earth fights back. Got it. So what are the houses built out of? Just wood?
Wood.
So like you could probably take from the trees, but you couldn't build foundations
Yeah.
because the ground would just reject it.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
You hear this, as you hear this, like, nice music, you hear this, who's there?
I've noticed they're Komanaki.
Do you wish a place to rest?
Oh, depends on who I'm speaking to.
You're standing before him.
Oh, look up the tree.
It's the tree. It's not,
Oh.
not like there's a mouth moving, but you just, it's the
Yeah.
Yeah.
The roots form like a cradle, almost.
Hey, thank you.
He feels very strange now because he's like, where would I even change clothes? That's not going to be incredibly awkward in this place now.
And he says, the tree says, next time. Let me try to find some way of not sounding threatening with this.
Do it again. I will bury you deeper than my roots.
Simply ask, and you shall receive.
Sorry about that.
All you hear is just like a, almost like he's, like almost like a noise you hear, like somebody rolling over to sleep again.
Okay.
Yeah.
He, I guess, goes into the cradle and just sort of. Yeah, just tries to sleep.
The music is calming. Definitely.
Is it still there?
It's still there.
He's like, not this again. Last time it was voices, now it's music. Alright, I see woods. I get it! I get it!
You fade to sleep, And
Oh.
oh,
As he's trying to fall asleep,
mhm.
the day does finally overwhelm him,
Mhm.
and it's more of crying himself to sleep at that point.
As you are weeping in a tree cradle, um, you actually see these kind of light, like ghost-like figures, but they're not ghosts. They're more like, what are they called? They're not ghosts. They're like out. It's like an outline of a child running through the woods, gleefully. You know, making no sound, but you hear faint echoes of a child laughing. Then, a little while later, you hear echoes of a woman singing this beautiful song. And then you finally reach unconsciousness.
Okay.
Almost expecting a dream, you don't have
Yeah. Bracing for impact.
You do not have one.
Huh.
It is, by golly, the best sleep you've ever had. Ever. Just ever. You feel so rested. It is unbelievable. Like, you literally, okay, give
That'll
yourself
knock off
like
2 exhaustion, kind of.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Long rest, right?
Yeah, long rest and give yourself like 15 temp HP. You feel like
Jeez.
that rested.
Wow, okay. That's... I have to go reset the lay on hands pool. Out of curiosity, that lay on hands, does that function similar to a paladin where if I use like, what is it, 5, I can end a disease or poison, I think?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
You awake, and the sun is in its opposite position, descending down. But you awaken not by looking up at the canopy, but by looking at a thin kind of layer, like a shell, that the roots have created over you. Easily breakable, easily. It's not like meant to trap you there, but to maybe conceal or comfort you, I suppose.
He's comforted by that fact, yeah. It's like, he didn't want to sleep in the open, but he felt awkward asking the tree if it could block out the light.
And it's evening. What would you like to do?
He rests there for a moment, just in the quiet.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks about saying a prayer. For the time, he just doesn't, though.
You hear, very faintly, like you heard the child's laughter and the singing, you hear almost like Eris calling out to you. Specifically, the yell "Thrick" when she made the decision to stay in the multiverse.
He like that like captures his attention really quickly, and he sits up real fast and like immediately tries to push through the opening and find her.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation?
Or perception, I mean, sorry.
Okay. Guidance.
Mm.
$26.
You hear a fluttering of like a hummingbird almost behind a tree directly in front of you.
A tree where?
Directly in front of you.
He looks up at it. Is there just a fluttering?
Mm-hmm. It stops. And with that with that perception, you hear a high pitch, but definitely trying to be quiet voice, like breathing out of the mouth.
Out of the mouth? Okay.
Yeah.
He thinks it's a mistake, but he says it anyways. Harris.
You hear a slightly louder inhale. You hear a slightly louder inhale, and it seems like the thing has held their breath.
He thinks to himself about stories about the Fae and names.
Oh.
He decides to shut his mouth.
Uh-huh.
And slowly makes his way to the fountain.
Okay.
And then from the fountain the same way back into the town that he and Eritham took.
As you slowly go to the fountain,
Yeah.
you hear a whimper and a child falling over behind the tree. And of course the fall is broken by the layer of leaves.
Oh, look, because it sounds like it's a child.
It is a child shivering in fear, hiding behind the tree, frantically trying to cover herself with leaves. And you see small, pale blue, hiling child with small little stubby horns, little stubs.
Highly.
And it's a little girl. And you see her wings uncontrollably shiver in fear. And she kind of looks up at you with fearful eyes, breathing heavily.
He, holds up his hands. The classic look. I'm not trying to hurt anyone here. Does this seem like a place where there'd be hirelings? I know that's a kind of a weird question to ask, but
yes,
due to concentration of hirelings right around the continent, is this somewhere that's at least adjacent to something like that?
Kind of.
Kind of? Okay.
You should probably go find your parents.
I don't know who they are.
He thinks about it for a moment. Crouches down. Not that He, not that it's very far
yeah.
to bring himself to eye level, but
Yeah.
assuming this child is like laying down.
Uh-huh.
Are they close to here?
My mama was here. I don't know where she went.
Do you... Where did you last see her?
We were walking in the woods, and that was it. I don't know.
How long ago?
I don't know.
This is Jake as a player.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in Thrick's head, he's going back in his mind over like all of the stories that incorporate a child through history, and going through his head, he's like, this doesn't end well. This doesn't usually end well. For either me or them. And I'm very paralyzed as to what to do here.
Are you from close to here?
She kind of like looks around. No.
Do you know where you're from?
No.
Do they look familiar at all? Like has he ever met or seen a hireling that looks like this at all? Or this is just genuinely a random like
Genuinely a random highlight. Pale blue highlight with like light bluish hair.
he looks around like back at the fountain, almost hoping that Eratham is there. Like just to see if there's anyone around that he could just ask questions to. If there aren't any, I'm assuming there's not.
There was not.
Crap, I'm trying to think. Are there like, I know like in real life, right? If you see a scenario like this, you call the police, right?
Yeah.
Is there something equivalent to that in Calantham?
The Valkyrie? You want to call the Valkyrie?
How could, like, is it possible to call the Valkyrie?
Not with your setup, no.
Not with my setup. Like his mind, like it's like what is it? You know, like you know, like the operation window, like Windows Windows is not responding.
Yeah,
For a few seconds, it's like he switches to like Komanaki not responding. As he just races through any idea of like what to do.
Are you hurt?
No.
Is she lying? It sounded like she fell. Does it look like she's like skinned a knee or something?
Yeah.
He thinks about getting closer, and then he's like, how about not doing that? He's gonna cast Healing Word.
Okay.
At first level.
You see the scrape on her knee just kind of close.
Yeah, see, he reaches on it. 7 hit points, max roll.
She's not had that many, but alright. Cool.
That's more than her health pool.
I'm not here to hurt you. Would you be willing to come back into the village with me?
Yeah. Are you a kobold?
He doesn't want to say yes, but
Yeah.
My mom tells me to stay away from kobolds.
Your mother's a very smart person. But not everyone is. Not every kobold is as bad as they seem, or as the stories tell you.
Are you a good kobold?
he thinks about it for a second longer than would like you'd normally do in conversation.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah, I'm a good kobold.
Okay. And she like gets up out of the leaves. And she's like
he steps.
she's like honestly when standing in the leaves are about waist high for her. They're about knee high for you. She's heckin' small.
I was about to say, yeah. How tall is she?
She's heckin' small. She is about half the size as you are in your kobold form.
I'm 2'7".
Yeah.
I'm a lot shorter because of wild magic.
See, Highlings get to around 4 foot. That's
dwarf.
Tall for them.
Dwarf or no, that's
Yeah.
halfling height, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Sorry,
So
5
he-
foot
he-
is tall. 4 foot is like normal.
Five. Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually more like dwarf heights.
Yeah.
I take it they're a medium creature.
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of extends a hand out, like a. Let me help you.
She grabbed your finger. A finger.
Right. He. I am struggling to figure out what to do. I like my first instinct is to go back to Aretham's kitchen
Yeah.
and make her like a peanut butter sandwich and say,
Yeah.
"Stay here. I'm gonna go do something." But then like
Aretha
the
comes
other
back
part
and
of
finds a child.
and then the other part of me is like, okay, but then I'm leaving a child with Aratham, and that doesn't feel right either.
Dude, I have my scene that's playing in my head right now is he opens the door, closes it, turns around, sees a child eating a PB and J. He's like, "Thrick, is that you?"
Every time you surprise me a little more.
Oh god.
He thinks it over, and he's like, "The devil you know or the devil you don't know?" And he's like, "I guess I'll go to Aretham's, but not on the main road. If there is a main road,
There is a main road. Yeah.
any path that's like a little." I don't know. I sus either way. He's really trying to think it over, and he's like, on a guess, does he think he looks dragonborn enough in the other form, or does he just not have the right proportions?
Ish, a very small, probably child-ish dragonborn. Yeah.
No, he's like 5'7".
Oh well, yeah. Okay then, yeah, kind of, sure. You have features.
Kind. Well, wait, no, he's
Uncanny-
5'2", isn't he?
Uncanny.
He's very short.
dragonborn.
It'd be more like half dragon, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Half dragon's accurate for him. He thinks it over, and he's like, yeah, sure. He'll activate the Adone.
She kind of like lets go of your finger really quickly and like shivers back and cowers back in fear.
He says, "It's still me.
What happened?
I'm just still. I'm a little taller now.
He.
I wanted to say you're mighty sus, but that like
You're mighty sus.
you're mighty sus.
You're mighty sus, mister.
Um,
He crouches down.
Want to go for a piggyback ride?
and she kind of like Spider-Man's up your arm.
Yeah.
And just
He,
kind of.
well, yeah, he crouches down and leans over.
Mm-hmm.
So she can.
She's assisting herself with the fluttering of her wings.
Yeah.
And these are like fairy-ish wings.
Mm.
Actually, they look more. Sorry, they look more like an insect wing almost.
Do I know if that corresponds to any particular type of hiling,
They
or
have a myriad.
they, someone with raven wings and someone with dove wings, they have a child, and it's got dragonfly wings.
It could be anything. Yeah.
Okay. There is no pattern.
No.
The pattern is their genetics are unstable and the race will collapse within the year.
Sadly.
Anyway.
But yeah, she gets on.
He gets her on his shoulders and stands up and tells her to grab onto his horns.
She does.
We're just gonna go for a walk. I got a place that you can stay. It's safe until we can find your parents.
I only have a mom.
Well then, until we can find your mom. Does that sound okay?
Okay. What did he?
All right.
What did
What?
he call you?
They call me Thurkomanaki, but my friends call me Thrick.
Thurkomanaki.
Yeah.
Thrick. So sorry, this is just to get Jamie into shape. The Thurkomanaki is clanlet. No, sorry, no. That's,
Clanless.
Yeah, clanless. So okay, I get the meanings mixed up. And
Yeah, it's clanless.
She literally
And
says clanless.
He kind of turns his head.
Yeah. You speak Draconic?
Yeah.
He switches over to Draconic.
Which language do you prefer?
If you've ever, and you start noticing this child seems way too young to be speaking like this, especially
Yeah.
fluently in two languages. You can infer that she's hiling biology and whatnot. You can tell that she's a couple months old. They do have an accelerated growth, but
Not this accelerated.
not this intense.
He thinks it over to himself.
Yeah. And essentially,
Does he still remember his name?
What do you mean?
You remember how I mentioned he was sus of Fae?
Yeah.
Fae manipulation. Does he, going over it in his head, does he see any Fae manipulation?
No.
That makes him even more concerned in a weird way.
And you hear this little girl start in Draconic by saying, "I prefer," and then literally
Oh no.
just every syllable she switches a language. And it's she just goes through the entire catalog of all the languages. Ever.
Ever?
Just ever.
Wait, even Ignorus.
There is a guttural grunt that you hear in there somewhere that you're just okay. That could probably
Yeah,
be it.
Well, because I do speak it fluently.
Yeah.
Because of cleric stuff.
Yeah. So she literally just goes through everything, and it's just like, what the hell did I just listen to?
Yeah, he he hears that now and he's like,
Where'd you learn to speak languages like that?
My mama taught me.
it immediately starts hitting it. The story of Anon comes to mind at the moment.
Who's Mama?
Gosh, don't give me a side eye like that. Sorry, she says the frickin' the ephemeral or like, Ayo, death is the death had another child, or frickin' if you say Tiamat, I don't even know how to think about that.
You have to give me a second.
Oh, but she does know who Mama is. Okay. So the side eye was not, you're not gonna like the answer. It was, I don't know the answer. That's more comforting. At least it's not a well-known figure. Maybe. Hopefully. It's Eka.
Eka, dude, it's Eka, dude!
We found her! Yeah! We did it! Jeez. This doesn't help.
Her name's Zaria.
Goodbye. What the frick? Okay. It kind of hits him
Uh-huh.
all at once. And he's like,
Zaria.
Uh-huh.
Did she?
how much would I know of Ignoria? Like, how much lore, would trickle in?
Probably like a itty bitty parts of the Pantheon.
What about, and what comes to mind is the, kobolds of DJ's world. The you know the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What are they called?
The Ruffle Truffles.
The Ruffle Truffles? Yeah.
Not much.
Not much.
No.
But they come to mind, some, really evil, demonic kobolds.
Yeah.
That's really all
Yeah.
he's like.
Did she tell you stories about demonic kobolds?
In his head. You remember the, error Thurkomanaki is not responding. Well, it's like one of those, but it does the thing where it pops up like a whole string of them across the thing. It starts bouncing. Yeah, it starts bouncing around. It hits the corner and then starts bouncing around the screen like the DVD logo. His brain collapses on itself as he's like,
What the frick did Brian just
What?
send me, dude?
what did he send you?
You know that meme where it's like, why shouldn't I keep it? And it's Bilbo Baggins holding.
Yeah.
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 It's Bilbo Baggins with a red glimmer in his eye. He's like, I believe I've had quite enough of these Sackville Bagginses, and he's holding a shotgun. Bro, what the?
Yes, dude.
Anyways,
Enough of these Saxville Bagginses.
Yeah, yeah. Air 4.
Anyways, Zaria's daughter here.
Yeah.
Frick! Frick! Now I'm even more confused. It helps a little, but well, at least he worked it out faster than the painful 8 with Anon. He...
Do you remember another time and place?
No.
Just here. Just.
Mm-hmm.
But you remember who Mama is.
Mm-hmm.
You know why you're here? Just to suffer.
Just
Every night.
To suffer.
I feel a pain in my... Just to suffer. Every night I feel a pain in my leg.
Mama said we were gonna go for a walk.
And... and now you're here.
Uh-huh.
Do you know if you're walking somewhere? To some place?
No. It was just in the woods. She kind of like leans her head on your head. Like you just feel her, like, her incredibly silky hair just like kind of drape over your face like a wig almost.
On a guess, the form she's taking right now isn't necessarily... It's not really representative of anything. It's just the form... Hello? Was that Arya?
Yeah, that's Arya.
I see.
Yeah.
I have the thing where the cameras are turned. It's only cameras.
Yeah.
Which I don't usually do, but this time I was like, better this now. On a guess, it seems like the gods, especially one's like Anon, the form doesn't really necessarily represent anything, right? Age can almost be representative of nothing too. It might have some semblance, but not a totality.
That's what you're guessing, yeah.
How long ago did Saria take power at this moment?
Like
About a month?
Month or so, yeah.
Okay. It's weird to have like meta gaming knowledge on it and avoid that. Oh, okay. I do not know what to do here. And he doesn't know Lexi or Saria or hardly anything about Ignoria. He just knows it was kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
But only kind of. Does he know if, like, I don't know, a cleric would be able to give him some insights here, or if there is anyone within his previous repertoire who would be able to, like, give him the slightest hand?
Probably not. If you haven't heard about it, probably nobody else has as well. Note about hirelings.
Yeah.
Gods only make a handful.
All the hirelings are descended from gods? or
Made.
made by gods?
Yeah.
Is this just how Hylings are made? Like, do they just appear like this?
For some.
For some, do they usually appear with this much knowledge, though?
Oh no, definitely not.
So even still, this is like abnormal.
Yep.
Okay, and most wouldn't profess a god to be. Well, I guess they would profess their whatever god made them to be their mother or father or whatever, right? Ish.
Most wouldn't know that. Most wouldn't know that until they do a lot more communing. Actually, this is like the first instance to where you're like, wow, okay, so Hyling knows who made them. Hyling knows all languages. And they can't be born. Like, they appear in the woods, and they're, like, mature-ish. They're mature-ish. So seeing a child Hyling is, like...
weird.
Very. And they can't... two Hylings, a mommy, daddy, can't have the segs and create another Hyling. That's just not how it works. They can't do that.
Okay. So Hylings are like... they're practically angels.
Mm-hmm.
But more mortal.
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna keep making his way to Eretham's place because he doesn't know what else to do.
Okay.
I can already see it now, this child sitting at the end of the table and him and Eretham slouched at the other end just staring like, what do we do now? He keeps walking. He kind of like sets his wings like he like straightens up and like sets his wings in closer.
Mm-hmm.
Almost to like partially block the fact that he's a child on his shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, not enough to draw attention, but enough that it's like, if you glance, it's like not immediate.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Hyling on this weird dragonborn or half dragon soldier shoulders. Like
she whispers into your ear, with her head on your head. My name's Serenity.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. That's a very beautiful name.
Give me a second. I'm sorry.
No. Thinking myself.
Yeah, this is not at all what I expected to happen during this session. Slowly recovering from the system crash. I don't even know what you ask or like how to make conversation with someone like this.
Have you eaten?
No.
Are you hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Are more shopping carts, stalls, things
Just the same
opening up?
dude. Nope.
It's literally just the
The
same
same
dude.
dude's just sitting out. He looks a lot more drowsy now.
Is there anyone else on the streets at all?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Then he like passes he comes over to that guy. And he now like he gets his attention again.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. You're back.
Hi.
You're back.
I believe a friend of mine purchased some clothing from here recently, or
Okay.
retrieved some.
Yeah, a little kobold.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yep,
Um,
yep.
I was wondering if you have a small quantity of food rations, something like that.
He's gonna kind of gently reach over and push his head up into like a not sleeping position.
What?
Do you have a quantity of like rations? Mostly like vegetable matter.
That's
okay.
He reaches behind his fruit stand and he hands you a package, wrapped in leaves. It's like a leaf wrap thing of stuff inside.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the last time I have to ask this of you.
Mm-hmm.
As he falls asleep, I guess I'll just walk away.
The town starts to awaken.
I'm just making straight for Eretham's house.
Okay. You open the door.
Kitchen.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to call it anymore. All I saw was the front room, which was a kitchen workshop.
Yeah. I mean, it's right next door, so Eretham's not inside, at least to your knowledge, so.
He tries the door.
It's unlocked.
He enters. Is there anyone,
Nope.
anything, any
Nope.
sign that anything was even done
Nope.
in here?
Nope.
Goodness. He looks around for like he thinks like, you know, stool to like bring up to like a table or something,
Mm-hmm.
and then considers the height of the child and decides to, you know, see if there's like a coffee table or something that's lower down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he goes looking for something like that to set them at and give them some food.
Okay. You let her down, and she's about the size of your kobold form now.
Okay. He returns to his kobold form.
She looks you directly in the eyes now.
He looks back, just trying to glean anything from her eyes. Are these the eyes of someone who's gathered new knowledge or matured, or are these the same eyes from...
Same eyes.
Okay.
She looks him in the eyes or just looks him in the
She
eye.
looks in the eyes.
Kind of avoid the gaze a little bit as he starts like rummaging for like food and whatnot.
Do you have a goal? Do you have something you need or want to do?
Kind of hungry. All
Well,
that talk about food just made me hungry.
Oh, we're about to be able to fix that.
He gets out food for them.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
Bioria.
Dude, I swear, somebody's like trolling us right now. This happened like 4 times today. Bonk, same thing. Hi, Aria. Again. Okay. Somebody's trolling.
Hello.
Yeah,
We do a little trolling.
She's like, I'm kind of tired. And then she just kind of flops on the couch.
Okay.
He just retreats to the kitchen and pulls up a stool. Did it sound like I had to do the the thing tonight, or just at some point?
At some point. He didn't seem particularly rushed.
Okay. Do I have a guess that he might actually be coming back?
You would presume so. You would
Yeah, I would
expect
guess.
him. You would expect him to come back.
But, like, would I be expecting him to be back within, like, you know, sometime soon? Or is it like, yeah, he could be, like, out for a couple weeks?
No, it just looked like he went on a walk. He didn't bring anything necessarily with him. He just went on a walk.
He's gonna, like, lean around, like, the kitchen door and just look at the child for a second. And then lean back. He stays in his non-Adone form, writes a note,
Mm-hmm.
right, in his usual calligraphy, leaves it on the counter, and says, "In case I couldn't find you, keep the child safe. I'll explain when I get back."
Okay.
And after he's written that, he puts it, like, on the table,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then he gets a bunch of notes and has, like, a bunch of arrows pointing at
Gotcha,
it,
gotcha,
like, that
gotcha.
are drawn across
Yeah.
the notes. Like, he very much wants this note to be seen,
Mm-hmm.
right? Aertham's either drunk, high, or blind if he misses it.
Okay.
And he opens up the door and goes to find Aertham.
That obnoxious creak.
Oh gosh.
You hear. from the-
As he starts hearing the creak,
Yeah.
he stops the door, he goes to the hinge, and
Uh-huh.
he casts mending.
Okay. You test to see. Perfect.
Perfect.
squeak
No
whatsoever.
more squeak.
No squeak.
He opens it all the way with, like, a sigh. That's when it's got one of those annoying, like, springs at the top that's like
Yeah.
like, as he hears that, he's like,
Ah!
he takes another minute and fixes that.
As you sigh, you hear from the couch. You can't see the child, but you hear from the couch, in a voice very familiar to you. Are you leaving? And it's
I look back.
Aerotham's voice. Not Aerothem, sorry, Alistair's voice. Are you leaving? So soon?
I look at him. Is it Alistair? Or is it...
It's just child sleeping.
Alistair?
I once said to you that we'd see each other again, and you said, don't know where, don't know when.
Oh.
And then you see the child, like, kind of, like, shift over a little bit on her side, and kind of just, like, face plant her, like, you know, she, like, props herself up on her side for a second, and then just kind of flops back down on the...
He closes the door again. I'm immensely confused.
Yeah, I am too, little kobold. That was my attempt at Thavo's voice. You just hear it.
And that's Thavo?
Yeah.
Thavo?
Who else? Thavo Battle. What?
Thavo Battleforged.
Thavo Battle.
Who else?
Who else?
Apparently Alistair. I don't know if you met him. You met him. He's a librarian.
Oh, that boring guy. And you hear boring guy. And it's Astra Verdan's voice.
No, this is... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He immediately, like, drops to his knees.
For what?
I'll let you die.
I'm perfectly safe. I always have. Ronan's voice.
He sits there. Does it seem like it's all coming from the child?
Yeah.
Like they're a mouthpiece to the afterlife? Or is this hallucinating? As he hears Ronan's voice, he activates Mind Dampen,
Okay.
just blocking out any non-real audio, visual, or sensory stimuli.
You can't. Good gathers. And then you hear, "It's okay. I'm fine." That's Laurelyn's voice.
No. Oh, no, 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 no.
I can rest easy now.
What happened?
Then it's Tia's. The world caught up. And then finally, you hear Insignia's. Hey, Thrick. Whoa, Petite. Hey, Petite.
He already on his knees, just like completely like down in the fetal position, like grabbing his horns, just like it's he starts crying, and it's a combination of like sadness and this can't be real.
Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you hear these claws hitting wood on the couch.
He looks up through the tears.
A Rakshasa is grasping the couch, leaning over the child and you. In the dead of twilight, really. As a bit of the last gleams of sun, encompass the atmosphere, and the new light of the moon, you see peek through its fur. It looks down at both of you. Takes a pipe out of its mouth. Cloud of smoke. Smells terrible. Absolutely terrible. Told you I'd see you again.
Is this Inverna?
Inverna.
It's Inverna. He's just at a loss for words, mostly. What's happening? Do you know?
I can't tell you what that was all about, but told me you were here.
Who?
Presumably her.
Dick looks at the child.
I can't tell you the wild ride I've been on to get here.
I could see something pretty similar.
I lost you for a little while. Where'd you go?
Losing me is probably not that hard. I keep an amulet.
Does it seem like Inverna? Or does it seem like someone playing Inverna?
You spoke briefly to a feminine sounding Rakshasa in the woods, in the mist. But this seems to be a return to a male Rakshasa that you met in the dungeon after Insignia died.
But that one was still, it still seemed like the Inverna was in control there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He like wipes away some tears.
Yeah.
Whew.
He pulls up some chairs.
Can we please sit down? I feel like this is going to be a conversation.
Takes a
If you have
seat,
time.
slumps over, bites the pipe, looks down at you.
After the mist, we found another monolith. I think it was ascended. Then I spent about a month in Callisto forging an exoskeleton, and I ordered a division of the Warforged to begin constructing ships. They've been turned over to the Astrum, and we
As you're explaining this, you blink or look down and look back, and it's Scarlet sitting in front of you.
Scarlet?
The golden spire that helped you alongside Lyra to build your mech.
Scarlet?
In the flesh. She takes out the pipe, puts it back in.
Can I get an explanation first? You were there then.
No. This is just, and they drop back to the Rakshasa. This is just, I was there for a time, just to look around, but couldn't find you. You are a very difficult person to find. Last time we spoke, was running off toward Gagalda and Ronin. Do you remember that?
Is that how I remember it? I don't remember that session very well.
Yeah. So essentially the deal that you struck was they were there to kill you and the party. You and Manasseh, really. Sorry, no. Yeah, no, just you. And Gagalder. Because those were the people, who assisted in that. No, just you. Sorry, just you. Gagalder was what you convinced Inverna to go after. She came to you, or Inverna came to you, because you are the one that assisted Elune in ripping Inverna from Insignia. And then in that session, you struck a deal with her to chase Gagalder for killing the host's body. And she did. And that was the last time you saw her.
You say struck a deal.
It was like a loose convincing, rather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you? So you are not.
What was her name again? The person who helped out.
Scarlet.
So you're not Scarlet. You were just
You blink again, and a loon is sitting in that chair. No. But I was a loon. The real one is dead.
What for?
Paying for the crimes of taking me out of my host body.
He nods to him. Nods at it.
Gagalder is dead. I was too late. So I returned back to you. Maybe hoping to be convinced otherwise. But they slowly withdraw a dagger. But I'm here for your blood.
He weirdly... It's like things are clicking, but not as if he's solved a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Things are clicking as if things are... The pieces are falling in a way and landing as they usually do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Thrix managed to finally get back into the groove,
Okay.
for lack of a better word. All of it.
That's in reference to...
She said, here for your blood,
Yeah,
you know.
all of it. Oh, okay.
So the next question is
Well,
all of it, or because like that has had like three different meetings in the past month.
Yeah.
All right, so
No. Let me rephrase. I'm here for your life. If that is so easily more comprehensible. And they switch back to the Rakshasa, and you see the hand grip change over the knife.
yeah.
Why is it you need my life?
Sometimes the underworld works in funny ways. If I want a body back, I must first. Not this body, rather. This is just temporary. It reeks of weed. Yours. I'm not here for your body. I wanted Cinia back. As I see it, I failed my job. As the protector. This is my way of finishing the job. As a puppet master with a marionette from another plane of existence.
You're finishing the job by killing me.
You're the last one.
Of the party? You say the underworld works in mysterious ways. Is it a deal then?
Yes.
You just want Insignia back.
It's a deal for a body. I cannot retrieve Insignia.
She went to... Forgive me if I misunderstood, but she went to Galgalder, right? And presumably Galgalder did something with that soul.
Did it move on to the afterlife, or is it still
In
here
fact,
somewhere?
you fought the soul of Insignia. The Scald. That hoard Gagalder kept in his back pocket. The gangly remains of our beloved Insignia, one that was crushed under a conveniently shaped rock.
It really was conveniently shaped. No, he doesn't actually say that.
So yes. Who knows? Maybe the Scalder roaming without a master in these very woods. They're about as hard to find as you are.
So it's not Insigne that you're looking for.
I'm looking for revenge.
By killing me.
Yes.
How does that get you anything?
It fills me with a certain glee, knowing that I still have control.
I think I get that. Let me tell you something, though.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to tell you what you're doing is wrong. Because I don't think I'm entirely on the right side of history. I don't know what side of history is right. I don't know. That's not really what my concern is. Perhaps doing what you do now. Perhaps it's going to fix something in the short term. But without this getting too preachy. You regret it. Eventually. You think you're killing monsters. And all you do is become one. Depending on where life takes you. Depending on who you meet after that. Maybe you learn to regret it. I won't even sugarcoat it. I learned to regret it. So if killing me is really the option you want to go with, I would understand. But there has to be something more. I absolutely owe you a debt.
One. One deal. One offer I will strike. It is that of your life. She points to the child. A soul. For a soul.
Is the village woken up any yet?
Strangely, no.
Okay. It's just...
Is it just a body you want?
The body will be given to me once I complete this. It is death that I yearn for.
What you've just told me is two different things.
Not the death of me.
You make it sound like it's
Not the death of me.
not what I'm referring to. You make it sound like it's both you cut a deal, and also like it's not that.
You've clearly broken something. Broken down a wall, or you've broken a defense. Something. But you've clearly pressed a pressure point. Not like pressing buttons to anger her.
Yeah.
But more like yeah.
Sorry, I can still hear you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But more or less like you've just pressed a sensitive topic. After this, I'll have all the control I want. No longer just in short spouts in a different body, but my own life. If I just do this one last thing. So I ask again. The girl or you?
Final thing, and I'll give you an answer. I promise. Are you locked there because of Illum? Wherever he sent you, cast you out to? Is that what this is? Is something letting you in, but it's gatekeeping that?
I was given to something. I was cast out and given to something by Illum.
And that is what's holding you there, not a psionic seal.
I'm being held here, not by Illum.
What is it?
I don't know. But it operates in mysterious ways.
And the price is my life. Or also that child. And very specifically, you were told this.
On a guess, would I know of any entity or being that would set a price so specifically on Thrick or Asteria's child's head?
You put me in a difficult position as a DM. Because if I say yes, then that gives you too much. If I say no, that also gives you too much. So I'm just going to not answer.
You're just not gonna answer me? Even though, is there any amount of answer, like a maybe answer, that doesn't do too much?
Sure.
That's it. That's.
Bruh, somebody's trolling right now, dude. It gets like halfway through and then it just like cuts. No matter what, nobody knows what the frick goes on in that plane, in the whatever she was sent to. Alun called it the astral plane.
Okay.
It's like Alun didn't even know where he was sending her.
Okay.
Yeah. Just in a place where there's a higher chance that they won't come back than them coming back. You know?
And he couldn't just, like, pick a demi-plane or something, Something a little smaller, less
Yeah.
escapable. It's like the, what is it? What's that, like, trope in, like, Marvel and DC where they send, like, supervillains to, like, that zone where, like, time stops flowing?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
The negative zone or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
This is the negative zone for something.
There's this thing in the Lego Batman movie.
Yeah.
They send all the supervillains, and it's like this giant like plane where they send like Sauron from Lord of the Rings, the Joker, and like it's the greatest thing ever, dude. Frickin', I forget what it's called though. Anyways. I don't even know what it's called. This thing. It doesn't communicate to me. I just get these notions. They're not mine. You have 1 minute. And she sets out one of those, like, time glasses.
Would you be willing to try something for me?
She hesitates, looks up at you. What?
He reaches back and removes his horn caps,
Mm-hmm.
sets them down on the table in front of her.
Do you understand what psionics are?
I had the pleasure of experiencing psionics, but I don't understand it.
Well, you know what you're doing to this body right now.
He places, he sets them out in front of her.
They're connected to an exoskeleton. It's very damaged. I know that to be true. But it can't trap you. Try doing it to those.
She grabs them. What exactly are you making me do?
I may be giving you a body. One I made. It's not put together right now. But if it can take you, I'll fix it up and it's yours. You never have to deal with me again. You never have to deal with anyone again. If it can house you, if you can stay with it. And for all the love left in Calantham, for all of any good that's left in Calantham, I hope this can do that. It has optics. It's got just about everything except nuanced haptic feedback. It would be a machine's body, but it would be yours. And if you don't like it, it's more weaponized than I could even imagine, so, well, it's as weaponized as I did imagine.
Will I be able to feel the wind on my face, the grass below my feet?
He kind of smiles to himself.
I think I can do that.
He thinks he can do that, right? That was something that was like in the initial designs, right? It was like we could add that kind of thing to it, but I would have to drill into the back of my skull.
Yeah.
So that was really the reason I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But in theory,
that's
the next step, and he knows how to carry that out. He might need some help, like from Eritham or someone, but he thinks he can do it.
I think I can do it. Not right now. And like I said, it's not fixed right now. But if I can get to it, when I get to it, I'm going to try my hardest to find it. With or without you here, I was always going to get it back. I want to fix it. And if it can be your new body, it's yours. No questions asked. No payment necessary.
He's going through notes right now.
Yep. Huh.
What? You looking at the possession stats?
No.
Oh.
Inverna is wearing a small amulet. She grasps it, removes it, and tosses it on the table in front of you.
He looks down at it. Doesn't make any moves, just, trying to... whatever she's doing.
That Jamie's trying to find the word.
kind of a bop, you know.
That is a contingency. That's not the right word, but I'm gonna roll with it. That is a contingency.
What does it do?
When do you think you'll be able to do it?
Is it fully prepared or find it?
Fully prepared.
On a guess, he's got to remake the hands. He's got to at least cast mending on all of the primary joints. He has to completely rework the optics. In theory, he could add a battery pack to the inside since he wouldn't be using it anymore. So he could revamp the internals. Not that he would necessarily be able to in this workshop, to his knowledge. Based off the machinery, based off the tools he has, because the Exo, at least on it, had some Tinker's tools, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So based off what was on the Exo, if it survived, and based off the damage he initially saw to it, and assuming it's probably in pieces from the fall from orbit, how long does he think? With all the factors factored in, probably friction scoring from re-entry, break apart, few parts are missing.
Options. If there's the only thing you do, the only thing couple months. It's like a medium priority. Like 4. If it's like a goal, like, sure, we'll get to it, I guess. Like a year.
How long do I think this project of Airtham's, the space-time portal, is gonna take?
Max like a week.
Oh,
That's
goodness.
like the gist. The gist
Why would
you
the-
got it.
Why would the repairs take longer than the actual building of the EXO?
She's asking like when you're gonna be able to like actually like make me feel like just the whole shebang,
Oh,
like the
make
whole
those
shebang.
additional changes.
Yeah, the whole shebang.
What if, new idea, instead of all the changes himself, how long would it take to repair the EXO? Could I do it within, say, the week it will take us to make this artifact?
If you work.
If
put a
he
lot of
doesn't sleep
hours.
much.
Yeah, put a lot of hours into it. You'd be able to.
Okay. And on top of that, I was getting mixed signals. The person I worked with,
Scarlet.
Scarlet, was she actually real?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the person in front of me was not Scarlet. They just
Yeah.
were able to take that form.
Yes. Yeah.
What if I sent her in the exo form to the Golden Spires? With a note in his handwriting and even his Golden Spire, like, card, right?
Yeah.
That was like, here is the proof.
Mm-hmm.
He said you could help. Do I think that I could possibly
Yeah.
convince them?
Yeah.
He looks up at her.
I could get the exo done, possibly within the week. But a complete sensory rework, like that of a biological being, would take months. But I can give you the body within the week. Correcting it though to the full sensory package, and also giving you feet because I use jump stilts.
You see a kind of pulse emanate from the amulet. It's red.
Is that good or bad?
It's only bad if you fail. Put it on. She gives a smile.
He smiles to himself.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine when I take it off, if the deal hasn't been completed, it's
Yes. But if the deal goes through, I will be at your service.
No, you won't. That's not what I'm making a deal for. I want to give you this body. I'll write a letter. I get it sent to the Golden Spires. Or you can bring it to them. I can give you some identification. Scarlet, the one you imitated. Finding her would possibly help. But I think they could help you. I don't know how much goodwill I have left with them. But they would be willing to help. And then, if you want to find me again, I'll be in the stars. But then you're free. You owe me nothing. I owe you a lot. consider me repaying a debt.
You see, they struggle grasping those horn caps as if like an external force is stopping them.
He picks up the amulet.
Now, do we have a deal?
Not rolling death save.
And Verna starts to fade.
And now there's a Rakshasa sitting at Eretham's table. Or is it like the whole being is fading out?
The whole being.
Okay. That's marginally better.
As she's going, she puts a hand on the child's head and just slides it down her hair. And then just goes.
Sits back in the chair for a second.
I hate this planet so much. God's above.
He looks at the ceiling.
Mios, I don't know if you listen. I apologize for everything. I'm any animosity I might have ever had towards you. Thank you for dealing with this. For everything. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you. And please don't force me to stay.
Erethem behind you says, "I'm sure they can't hear you." The door so quiet has opened while you were saying that.
I hate myself.
It's so quiet, and Erethem just stands at the doorway. It's like silhouetted by the moonlight. I'm sure they can't hear you. And he walks
I
inside.
fixed those hinges with magic.
Okay, thanks. And he just.
Don't.
All right.
He looks over at him. How long have you been here?
Just got here.
He points over at the couch.
Did you adopt a child while I was gone? Who is now a teenager.
Oh my gosh! He looks over, he's like...
Erethem, where were you? Out of curiosity, is there a way I can contact you? I know you hate magic. Do you have a radio? A short-range radio?
He reaches into a satchel and just flicks you an earpiece.
An earpiece?
An earpiece. Like one of those old, like those early 2000s, like a wrap around the ear with a little microphone.
Incredibly sarcastically, for the day he's had, right? Lifts it up, turns his head to where his ear is facing Erethem, right? And pushes it towards his head. You know how snakes hear, right?
Yeah.
Those little circles on the sides of their head. There's no canal to actually place it in. And he taps it against that a few times.
Okay, obviously you can't put that in your ear. Just hold it next to it and speak. It's like a sending stone.
He puts it next to his ear. Wait, you say earpiece like it could attach, right?
It could attach to a human.
That's
right?
what he's being sarcastic about.
Okay. He just looks at you and he's like, I understand. I get it.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
He just puts it in a pocket inside his jack. He just puts it in a pocket in all the draping and whateverness, right?
So you've had a day, huh?
I think here they call it night. But yeah, yeah. And as far as I can tell, it just started. Hey, you're smart, right?
He says almost rhetorically, not sarcastically, but like he's like sorting his thoughts out,
Yeah.
and that just kind of is like how he's starting the conversation.
Uh, yes.
Okay.
He kind of nods at the child. Doesn't really look in that direction. He's just sort of more staring at the ceiling.
Uh-huh.
Because he's got a moment to just decompress from the non-stop hostile negotiations.
Yeah.
And he's just not taking the piss with Ertham right now.
Yeah.
Suppose a child that's only about, I don't know. Let's say they're just hypothetically a highling child. They appear to be about a month or two old, right?
Mm.
Shorter than a kobold, shorter than me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm pretty tall for a kobold, so it's. Anyways, suppose you find them in the forest, and they speak a bunch of languages.
He looks over at Ertham.
And he's looking down at the child. This is all hypothetical.
Sure, it's a hypothetical for the time being.
Okay.
What is the first thought that goes through your head? You know, remember they're accelerated learning, but they're speaking all of the languages.
And he switches over to Ignorus for a second, right? And starts like just saying like random nonsense, right? Including he like the words he says are just including this language. Because of course they would speak this language also, because no one doesn't speak this language nowadays. And then he switches back to common.
And what do you think about that child? Right? What's the first thought that goes through your head?
It's a joke. Just being pranked.
That's a hilarious joke that a 1-2-month-old child just pulled on you. I thought you were a pretty smart person. Come on. We've got to be better than this.
I was.
Right? So,
wrong time, I guess.
So now that this child has spoken these things to you, right?
Yeah.
The only other thing they've really told you is that their mother has told them to not trust kobolds, right? Reasonable information, right?
Okay.
Anthony, have you ever heard of the Ruffle Truffles?
No.
Okay, well,
Would he know that name? No,
okay,
he wouldn't.
No, he would know the Calantham Ruffle Truffles.
The Calantham Ruffle Truffles.
The people, the ones that rode wolves and fired flintlocks. Yeah.
No. The demonic ones. Not from Calantham.
Yeah. No.
No? Okay. Here's the lowdown. Kobolds in Ignoria, right? The place, the Oracle, or whatever we called her, holds open the portal, goes over to Ignoria. Ignoria has their own history, lore, timelines, whatever, right?
Sure. Yes.
Might even be a multiverse, like the thing we're trying to make. I don't get it. I don't really know it. I don't pay much attention to it.
Okay.
Because usually it doesn't have any bearing on our lives at all. But there's kobolds over there.
Okay.
And we got some pretty nasty kobolds, right? I've seen them. We're horrible, right? As a general, like, rule of thumb, if you find a kobold, just don't like them, because it won't matter.
Okay.
But over there, from what I've heard, they take it a step further. Imagine if you combined all the worst traits of a dragon and all the worst traits of a demon, and then you put them together, and that's the way society happened. Sounds horrific, right? I don't know. Maybe you're into that kind of thing. I don't know what you do in your spare time. Now imagine the only stories of kobolds that this hypothetical child has heard of are those kobolds. You starting to put the pieces together?
Could it be because of the new area?
Right, because now think about this too. Now this hypothetical child displaying all of these strange traits just so happens to only have one parent. Just a mother. And on the way back to a strange man's house that you don't completely trust, but you really have no one else to speak to. So they're the devil you know. This child just lets it slip that their mother's name is Zaria, or Saria, whatever she calls herself.
And he like looks dead at Eretham's eyes.
What do you do in that situation?
Speak to a cleric?
Oh, I'm sitting right here. What do you say to me? What's even the first thing
death?
that you could start a conversation with them about? Right? Or where, first off, no, even better. You're a small farm town boy from this neck of the woods, right? Where are the clerics in this place?
This is not a religious town.
Wow, I'm so surprised.
Yeah.
You just seem like you could have bested the Pope. I'm sure your religious orthodoxy would be marvelous.
Just got done with a walk, and I'm being berated. Did you get sleep? Did you sleep at all in like
I
past
slept
72 hours?
I slept in the woods. I imagine that's part of the problem.
Dude, somebody has to be playing right now.
This is trolling. Somebody's on the stream.
Trolling, dude.
Somebody on the stream is like, I'm gonna do it now.
I'm gonna do it right now, dude. All right, heck. He's like, dude, frick off, are you, bud, dude?
We'll do it without your music. Do 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 do.
See no issue with sleeping in the woods. You just found her.
Yep, I heard. I heard Eris's name. Or I heard Eris call my name. Then I walk around a tree, and I find.
And he points at her. I imagine she's like late teens by now.
Still teens, just kind of on the.
But she's like noticeably grown between the time he started speaking, right? And he points at her.
And I find her. As a few-month-old child. You can see that clearly something's a little off here, because that's not a few-month-old child.
That is a teenage highling.
Yep. But what tipped me off, the very first thing that tipped me off, right? I think you either spoke to him once or not very much. You remember Anon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to be speaking to you because you probably met him.
I did.
You remember the stories, right?
Yeah.
Son of life and death.
I met him.
Yeah. That's the only reason I would even consider this thought. That this is actually a child's area right in front of us. That also brings up so many other questions. But
He's gonna casually walk over to a portion of his workshop.
Mm-hmm.
Grab a device. It's like a cufflink.
It's a cufflink.
Yeah, or like a not. I mean, like a big thing.
A Pip Boy.
Yeah, a Pip-Boy, and he just like slowly slides it onto her wrist, and just like
Huh?
clicks the button, and this green light emanates from it.
Does it look like he's going to be fiddling there for a moment?
No, he's just waiting for a result.
Okay, well, yeah, it'll take him a bit, though, right?
Oh no, it just pings. It pings
Oh.
like, nearly immediately, and it's just like
Okay.
you just hear him like, what the? And he just kind of like he presses it again. Same error. He does it again, and he just he's like, what?
Vic, like, sits up a little. What are you scanning for?
Usually this thing can just tell me and identify everything. Just their blood type, their species, their race, their gender, their
Yeah, it's all coming up.
nothing.
Nil.
Just clicks it again. This damn thing is it? And he just with her arm still in it, just kind of like looks at it.
Vic stands up and walks over to him. Taps him on the shoulder and casts guidance. Almost sarcastically.
And he's just
You
like,
look like you need it.
he like flips the switch in the back, on and off again, and he just sets it down and he just flips it
On
again.
and off.
And he's just like, I don't get it. And he takes it off and he's like, I need to do some adjustments. And then you actually see a small cut on the wrist around where my hair tie is.
Hmm.
That's like slowly just dripping blood. And he takes it away and
Thurk walks over and touches it with like a hit point of lay on hands just to close the wound.
you hear
and then-
as you like lean down. Under her breath, still asleep, she says, I'll see you again, dear brother.
Looks back tears before turning to earth.
You just kind of see him at his workbench just going you just like
The more I meet these inventor characters, the more they're like the same.
Yeah, no,
If something's not working, the trial run is kick it.
yeah, he's like, you hear him almost like a 12-year-old just saying like all the cuss words in all these different languages, just like, oh, everything has gone wrong today, and this is just the nail in the coffin. And he
Oh
looks
no,
at you.
I've
with
got
just
another
a,
nail.
Hammer it, please.
Then, after you get to the strange man's home, right?
Yes.
Following this narrative of hypotheticals, right?
Okay.
Perhaps you had a friend who had 3 personalities, and one was cast out,
Okay.
and then the last 2 remaining die. And then all of your other friends die. Or disappear, but from the sounds of it now, they're all dead. Every one of them. And that personality comes back, and their unfinished business, as simple as that, just kill you and finish the business. And then they get a body, or something. Whatever it is, there's some creature, some other thing, in that place they were banished to, guiding them, or more so putting shackles on them.
Did they reveal what this creature was?
The best guess is it's on the astral plane. It's guiding them. She didn't know what it was.
Just a intuition. But right now they're back in the body of
A Rakshasa?
a Rakshasa.
Hmm.
You familiar then?
Looks like he's hiding something. He's taken aback, almost defensively, a little bit. And he, like, instinctually, not instinctually, but very intentionally, just starts fiddling with his thing again.
This person is Inverno. Insignia's protector personality. It made a deal. My life for the child's.
He looks at the child and he makes a gesture to himself.
Clearly, something else happened. I counter-offered. I'd give them a body.
He looks up at Aerith. He looks up at Aerithum, almost like it's like, I chose you. No. It's like the thought crosses his mind, I want to say that, but I'm not going to.
You remember the Exo? Yeah. That was the body I chose. I think we can make it work. If I can get my hands on it, I can get it fixed up possibly by the end of the week. And I could give them a complete sensory. I could send them to a place that can do a sensory overhaul. So that way she could get a body back where she could feel the world again.
Did she commune with this creature?
Define commune.
Speak to it. Pray to
She says it's an intuition. Just an intuition as to what a deal is. Or something of that sort. Why?
It seems as if it is already influencing our world.
The ephemeral?
Think back. Think back. Sereni, one thing that just seems out of place in your experiences. Just out of the blue.
It happens at random. Of course, Inverna appearing right after Insignia's death comes to mind. Just about every experience with the monoliths struck some sort of chord. Can you narrow it down a little?
Something
It kind of hits him.
I showed her a set of ruins in Insignia. And I believe I led her to a rift by accident. When I found her, her eyes were glazed over red. Here, there's ruins in danger. I'll mark it on your map.
He actually is there the big map. Can he
Yeah.
see it?
Yeah.
He gets up and draws a red circle with his fingertip around the exact location.
A little bit outside into the mountains of the Kine Mountains, where the Callisto was at the foot of. And Inverna appeared after this.
Yeah, Inverna appeared after that. Inverna and I believe they named themselves Kalia. Yeah, Kalia. Kalia appeared more often. Inverna showed up very rarely. Inverna also took actions in the name of protecting Insignia, from what it sounds like. This makes me second guess it, but what are you thinking?
I heard there was a scuffle with the Hari. How did that begin?
Well,
Now sitting up fully in a chair.
well, we made our way. We were investigating.
What were we investigating? We were looking for some disappearances?
We were looking for some disappearances. A number of things happened along the way, but we ultimately came to a church-like complex, where we entered at some point and investigated. We found a lot of floating bodies initially.
Right, it was floating bodies, and then after the fact we didn't see any bodies when we came back up from them underneath it, right?
Yeah.
Found a lot of floating bodies, and then descended beneath it. Met some kobolds, and then we left again. We descended beneath it because there were Hari outside. They killed one of us before we could even do anything. The rest of us escaped down beneath it. Eventually, we managed to.
How'd they find us?
Yeah. The Hari, initially when they killed one of your party members.
They just showed up, right? They were just coming in, right? From what I recall?
Hi, I'm Cloud.
No, I remember that,
Yeah.
but they were already there. They were coming towards the church, and then Cloud said,
Yeah.
"Hi, I'm Cloud."
Yeah.
Oh
no,
sorry,
no, there were guards outside the church. There was guards there.
I thought they
alerted.
they weren't there, and then they came.
They were drawn off. They were drawn off to another thing, and then they came back. Yeah.
The guards were drawn off, and that party member steps outside and says hello. Like they had a death wish.
And these... What was...
Say again?
And you yourself were affected by a rift, were you not?
Yep. That's,
He idly rubs a hand over his chest where the new tattoo is.
that's where, yeah. But that one was different. maybe it wasn't so different, but it was caused by, my best guess, a
Oh gosh, what are the gods' artifacts called?
Relics.
Relics of Calanthum, right?
I believe it was caused by Lilith's Relic of Glantham. One we very intentionally did not touch at the time, because, well, I was afraid what would happen if we touched it. My own stupidity, though, led me back,
Just
or
the
curiosity. We never looked inside the box, but our theory was our snake, something that was just related to Lilith, was there.
uh-huh. Did Stirna have any place in this?
Stiarna?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe. But, in that area, we found these mounds. I found some mounds. At the time I called them Malsvirdar, now I call them Itovirdar. The longer I think about it, the longer I don't want to think about it. Whatever they're called now, those mounds are... they contain beings that died to the blend.
It was to the blend, right? It
What's the blend? Yeah.
was a blend.
They contain beings that died to the blend.
What's the blend?
Right, that's slightly after your time. Any being that came in contact with the Vega, especially Vega blood.
No. Was that the blend?
That's Vega Blue.
That was Vega Blue. What was the blend?
Rainbow Eyes and stuff.
Rainbow Eyes.
Yeah, that was...
Gosh, I don't remember what caused that. I don't know if we ever got an answer.
It was either direct or close proximity with one of the Mystic Three.
Oh.
Or the Mist.
Okay, well, in that case.
Anyone who got within Mist or the Mystic Three, and that's where we tie Stiarna to this. One of those beings, when they rose again, professed to be of three gods, working in tandem. Mios, Stiarna, and Lilith. When I gazed into that rift,
Looking into that rift, that's where he first saw the Mystic Three, right?
Yeah.
looking into that rift is where I first saw them, so perhaps it was not a coincidence, but it's also there where I saw the monolith.
You just start to see him smiling. Perhaps I know now why Mel did those things. Did the monoliths.
Bye.
We had a few disagreements, me and him. One was over the ephemeral.
What end?
There's only one being. One. That is able to stop him.
Yes. The one that's not here at the moment.
Inverno was shackled. Or think by the ephemeral. I thought it was a rumor. There was no evidence to back this up. But I think I just confirmed it.
And that is...
I don't think Stiarna is Stiarna anymore. That puts me in question, though. If Mios is even Mios. If Lilith is even... Well, she's dead.
Lilith is dead. You and I both saw Mios. We only saw Mios off Galantham.
It's already in the works.
She hasn't been around in forever. Has she?
He raises his hands out like as if he's like praising a god. He looks up. It was the ephemeral all along.
How could Lilith die? Why make it Mystic 3? Or was that intentional? Would have had to have been.
Do we know how Lilith died?
You've got me there. To my knowledge, no. Just reports from clerics that Zazeria,
He points over at the child.
is now in charge.
It was just before my eyes. This entire time. Truly subtle, if I have to say anything.
Played like fiddles. The lot of us. So why? Why open up the portal for the ephemeral? What was the objective, and why are you so open about being against it?
Mel was the one against it.
The ephemeral.
I brought it over from a place I don't even understand.
He thinks back to the ship.
Oh.
He thinks back to the ship and the unshackling thing, and seeing Mel over Aeritham, it starts clicking.
I think Mel was always A little small-minded. And no. I never agreed with the continuation of such a terrible planet. Nor did I agree. Nor did I want to be put here.
Well, unless you were born on a different planet.
I was not.
Welcome to the club.
See, that's the beauty of it then. And he just, it's not a vile smile, it's more of a comforting smile. Not to you, obviously, but to him. And he just kind of looks up and he's, so let it burn. Let us watch in a blaze of glory as it all gets consumed. And it truly ceased to exist.
Two things. Why help me? I have a feeling I know the answer. But why help me? And why put at least its initial stage on a ship?
I couldn't have summoned it down here. It needs souls to feed. And how would I transport that many people up there?
Make the whole ship a conduit.
Fabricate a lie. Soul was the first one I found. He's the one that I did a majority of the tests on, but once I knew he was a gateway to a much larger consciousness, completely and utterly left unprotected. It wasn't hard to manipulate their goals, directive. Just needed them to come down once it was secure. And in terms of why help you, I don't know.
Are you saying that genuinely?
Yes. I don't know why.
You don't know why you'd want to help someone who's in pretty much direct opposition to your plan.
Maybe it's the last thread of self-preservation.
No. No, whatever you're doing now, you gave up that last thread. I think you gave up that last thread when that ship was made into a conduit. So if you're professing saving yourself now,
It's too late.
it's something else.
It's too late. For me, it has stopped being an idea. It's more of a need now. I don't want to, but I feel like I have to. The need to leave. But if I leave, and nobody else does, well, where's the fun in that? If I leave, I want to see the last glimpse of what our reality was. And go off to another plane, another reality, or perhaps even nothing. But if this ends, it'll end the suffering of me, you, Calantha, everyone. Forever and ever and ever.
Can I ask you, Eartham, what do you think that means?
Absolution. The absolute end.
Can you give me a second to use the bathroom?
Yeah.
I wanna do the next part right.
Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom as well.
Yeah, let's take a quick bathroom break.
Bathroom break. Greetings. I
Greetings.
had pizza.
Yeah. You eat at a pace that is quite frankly staggering. So, last we left off, Earthen talked about absolution.
You think... What? This absolution you're after, this nothingness, is preferable to the present reality.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Can I present to you, two large holes, practically as deep as the deepest trench in the ocean in your little plot there. There's no catharsis. There's nothing. Better cannot be in the presence of nothing. Nothing isn't better than something. It's simply nothing. There isn't catharsis. There just isn't. So your aim is not anything. You've become aimless.
Ah,
Was it a hair in your mouth?
yeah.
I hate it when that happens. Oh no.
It's not hair. Ah,
What is it?
it's even worse. You know, like fabrics, how they like have the longer, narrow strings.
Yeah.
It's one of those because it's always hard,
Yeah.
super hard to like find.
Yeah.
Mm.
Good luck.
That didn't help. It's fine. Ah. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna push through it. I'm gonna ignore it now.
Okay.
First, you don't succeed, give up.
That's what nerds do. Come on. He died, so he came back. Now he's giving up. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay.
You're not accomplishing something. If everything ends, but there's the second part. Remember, 2 holes. You've already won. You've already made nothing. And you've already lost. The ephemeral has been dealt with. And every variation, here and in between, has happened in the past, the present, the future, in ways we could not comprehend. You see, Glantham exists primarily within our 3 dimensions. You understand that concept. There's a 4th dimension of time. You add another dimension of time when you allow the ability to traverse timelines. That's time travel, 2 dimensions. But something beyond that would be a multiverse. And my guess is that it ultimately doesn't matter in the end. But your goal is nothingness. for all of your intelligence, it has to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I was hoping, I was hoping you were sorry, okay.
Yeah.
As you're saying all of your intelligence, I was like, say it, say it, say it, say it, say it. Not a lot of people agree with it. But some do.
If a lot of people believe that murder's right,
He like gives up part of the way through the sentence.
there's no sense in talking about logic in this scenario, is there? There isn't logic to what you've done, what your goal is. It's the absence of logic.
You may know this. But let me break something down. This is probably the most difficult thing Jamie as a DM is going to have to say, but it's a villain. It's okay. It's a villain. Alright. Who?
You got this.
Who? Okay. There's a dampener sometimes, magically or chemically placed on the mind. Sometimes, when that feeds into the insecurities, the motivations, the ideals, slowly draining the hope from you. Nothing seems right except that absolution. If you want to go and pass through the tide of life, and you want to experience all the terrible lows and the highs, you have time to do that. But you were going to die one day. I was. Who knows? You could draw that knife of your fallen friend and kill me right now. But that's it. If you do that, I think you already know that I wouldn't do anything. In fact, that would put me on the pedestal above yours. I would win. Some people agree with me. One's affected by that dampening. The mind killer. Dune reference. The mind
I was
killer.
about to say here. Fear.
That mind killer. Because truly that is the death of a soul. Not being ripped apart. Being placed into a mindless, carrion creature like the Vega, but to cease experiencing love, hope, joy. That is what kills it.
Batiste smiling.
Twice now I've heard this concept of what a final death is. Twice now I have been given two answers, neither of which I asked for. Both of which are wrong. No. Eartham. There is no true death. You can obliterate a soul. You can wipe its very actions of existence. But you can't kill them. You've never been able to kill someone. No god has ever had the power to unmake a single person. No being, no force, nothing. Not your ephemeral. Not the masks it wears. Nothing. There is no true death. Because every life,
What?
because every
What?
It's nothing you're saying. When you said there's no true death, I was like, I'm seriously trying to figure out what the frick I meant by Eka. So I was just thinking like, no,
Besides Eka.
there's only Eka death.
There's only Eka.
Anyways, sorry.
there is no true death. Never has something that has been made and then unmade, no matter what sense, ever truly ceased to exist. There is no undoing. Because every block, every life, everything that has ever happened, no matter if it is undone, was a stepping stone. The next brick being placed in the mortar to build. Not reality, but something that goes beyond it. To build the story. There's been no life that has ever died, because every life is a stone in that. Every life, another brick laid. If I die, if you die, if the ephemeral wins, and you get your absolution, no one will have ever died. No one will have ever truly met the cold embrace of death.
He like stands up. He doesn't stand up. He gestures at all the lab equipment.
The names of the people who first conceived of the sciences, the ones before you, the ones before the Dragon War, the ones before plotting and scheming. We may not know their names. We may know some of their names. In the river of time, we do not know if we were the builders or if we were merely the swimmers who set the fastest records. But whatever the case, there was still a presence. Even if forgotten, there was a stepping stone to the next, and the next, and the next. So no, when somebody's name is forgotten, when your chemical process, when your magical process ends or begins, whatever, death has never occurred. So in life, we make our choices. Each stone, large, small, all of them as equally important. Never can one be removed, only one added. So that's why I fight. That's why I do what I do. The way I do it. The way I hope to do it. The way I strive to do it. Because I believe every stone is the only reason I'm here. And I'll be a stone. I'll be the stone in the next layer. The foundation for the next generation. I just hope to make a better one than the last.
You hear a clattering, like spooky, scary skeleton sort of bone clattering. And around your knee, about knee high, a skeletal thing. Kind of, skeletal, just a skeleton. Just kind of just walks up next to you.
What the frick? Okay.
Just like looks up at you.
Hi, Larry.
And then you kind of look down at it, and in your peripheral serenity is up, kind of like on the back of the couch, just like looking.
Oh, it actually is Larry.
You can see that she's in contemplation. Can't really.
The same eyes, or?
Yeah. It doesn't look necessary. Well, sort of. It definitely changed with what she just heard, I think. But Arathim just kind of looks at you. Throughout your life, you have faced self-hatred. Hatred for your species. The death of your friends. The whole turmoil that Calanthum has served you on a silver platter. And yet you continue to fight, which I don't understand. At what point do you just realize that... Let me rephrase. I wonder when you're going to realize that it does not matter, says Serenity. But that's stupid! Aerothem just kind of looks at her. It doesn't matter. Nor do your actions, so then why do you fight?
Because I've experienced love.
The love you've experienced, I doubt, is any different than the love I have.
I'm never going to have that realization. That experience you think will happen. It's just taken hold. And it takes hold because I've seen it persist. It took hold because it was first shown to me. I was given a gift. It was the first gift that was given to me that truly mattered. And if I can't share it, then I was wrong. But I've already shared it. I've shared it with several people. I've seen its fruits already come to bear before my eyes. And in the stones placed, I've just chosen to look at the few that show it. Instead of giving myself to something that might, as a whole, look ugly. given myself to the beauty. I can die. The ephemeral can win. Reality can end. But because of those stones, love can never die a true death. It can persist. Hate can persist too. All of it can persist. But why not let love be the one that persists? Why not let that joy be the thing that makes it above all others? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that no love that you've experienced till cold. None of it gripped you. None of it was a passion. Never was it the glimmering stones in the structure of existence, even of non-existence, that I see. But I don't mean that with malice. I just mean it in sorrow.
He actually does, like, tears start, like, coming up to his eyes.
I just don't know what to do. I can present this. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe, like you said, there's a little bit of self-preservation left in you. And I'm not perfect. I'm nowhere close to perfect.
My mom? She commonly talks about this being. I think it started with it's Vicindy. I think it was. If love is to dominate, then who's gonna take her place?
Tears of, like, yeah, tears of, I want to say joy, but that doesn't quite explain the fullness of it.
Us. Love isn't someone anymore. Love is given to all of us. We're all the carriers of it. We're all able to love
Erethem
So-
speaks up. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, go ahead.
Erethem says, and yet the most funny thing is that there was never a god of hate and suffering.
And he looks up at Eritham.
Because we never needed one. And now that love is dead, now that Vicindi is almost dead, reform like that never takes place. Not much. We don't need a god to tell us what love is. Just like we don't need a god to tell us what hate is. The seeds are there. The stones are placed. Neither will ever die. But we can certainly add to the stones placed.
I just don't think. This is Erethem. I just don't think. I. Could live in a world where we need people like you to remind everyone that love doesn't need a leader.
He gets up. I assume Eritham's looking down. He gets up and he walks right into his vision.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting in that world, buddy. You're just not listening. Sometimes someone like me has to come, walk along your path, and slap you in the face and tell you how it is. But others find it on their own. You live in that world. You've just got to listen. You've just got to look. And the more times that there are people like me, or someone else, that are willing to show that love first, the more times that happens, the less and less a figurehead needs to exist. But it's never been needed. It's just easier when somebody shouts it from the rooftops to get people to listen.
You know, despite my mom's occupation, she you know, a normal, how do I choose my words? Despite my mom's occupation, she has something to look forward to. She lost her for a time. But there's always something to see. There's always something to guide you. And for that, my mom fell in love. Yeah. And
He'll walk over and sit in the doorway between, to see both the living room and Aeritham.
Mhm. She fell in love with the queen. And that turned a life of one thing after the next. A life of always putting one step in front of the other, one foot in front of the other, into a life where she could slow down and enjoy more of the My mom has this funny saying of stop and smell the roses. And she found her rose.
Thrick kind of leaned in to her, towards her, and he says,
I think she found too.
So is that it then? Am I to find my rose? And all my problems will be solved.
Thrick looks up at him.
Aeritham.
He holds his arms out and gestures to himself.
Where are the roses?
Notably, Thrick has always had roses, wrapped around his horns, laid on top of his head. They may not be what they once were, but the black roses are still there. A lesser, much lesser degree. Some of them are a bit smashed too. like it's weird because you can even see like thorns that clearly he hasn't felt in a while because either they've stuck him so much or they're just embedded and he's not been able to see them.
Where do you see the roses, Aeritham?
You threatened to... No, you said the next time I see that dagger would be when you shove it in my eyes. Is that your thorn? That dagger in that holster there?
I keep a lot of things on me. I keep an XO. So that way I don't have to be myself. But I also keep it to protect myself and my friends. I wear the mask on that XO of a mass murderer. Or someone who would profess to be that. And yet it is also the mask of a friend. A mask of one of the stones I got to watch be beautiful. To show love.
He turns over his arm to where it says Korth.
I bear the name Danger. From birth. And I live with the actions that I carried out so long ago. What I now think to be mistakes. But I've learned.
Is there anybody
Something just-
home with you?
No,
That cat
is ominous.
cat? Is the cat?
We don't have a cat here,
Oh.
Jamie. Well, we're turning the lights on and getting 911 prepped on my phone.
Was that at your front door or something?
No, it was in my parents' bathroom.
Epic.
Jimmy,
Yeah?
just in case. I live at 303 Northeast 49th Street, Oak Island, North Carolina.
Alright.
Just write that down for me. I thought about doing this a long time ago. I think it's important that I don't know, this is just in case.
303 49th Street.
Northeast 49th Street, Oak Island, North Carolina. Hello?
Oak Island. Oak is
Okay, well that's pleasant.
NC. Nice. I even heard that on the mic too.
Jamie,
Yeah?
I just turned my parents' bedroom light on,
Yeah?
and it went out. There's some spooky stuff happening right now. Hello?
Is that
Like-
your solution? Hello?
Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Say hello? Ayo, demon! Be gone, thought!
You know those memes where it's like, I caught the ghost slacking, and they punch the shower curtain?
Oh, okay. Well, that's hilarious.
What?
Alright, yeah, I caught the ghost lacking, Jamie.
What?
Okay, it doesn't help, right, that the light just died in my parents' room.
Yeah.
That didn't help. But I do know what the sound was. This is their remote. Not that it matters anymore.
What was the sound?
Do you have a shower, like, squeegee thing, right?
Yeah.
The thing you, like, put on, like, the glass and you swipe down?
Yeah.
You know what one of those is, right?
Yeah.
They usually have a suction cup.
Yeah.
And when the suction cup comes undone, it falls.
Oh, yeah, I've had that happen to me before, yeah.
That just happened.
Nice!
I'm not turning all the lights back off again, though.
No.
You know, I just want... That's more ominous. Never mind. We're leaving the lights on, Jamie.
Okay.
Because... I'm good. I'm good. You know, I was... and am to some degree, still afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid to admit it. Alright? Live on stream here.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. Hi, maybe one person-ish.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm still afraid of the dark. Yeah, I turned 20 in August. No, I'm not going to apologize about it.
I knew somebody in high school that slept with a nightlight still, so you're still good.
Oh no, I don't sleep with a nightlight, Jamie. All right, and my mom's. All right.
Lamp?
I have a Christmas tree.
A Christmas tree? Bruh.
It's not a big one. It's like one that can sit on like a table, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
Yeah, kind of like that, except like it's not as decrepit.
Oh
I
lord.
mean, I don't feel good about shutting that door, but I don't feel good about leaving it open either. So that's where we are.
Nice. Squeegee. Hello.
Ma, the house is haunted again.
Again. Get the exorcist. Wait.
Yeah.
Ghost.
Ironically, okay, here's the deal, right, Jamie?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe in ghosts. Let me just start it with that, right? But
Those were two very convenient things happening at the same time.
yeah, I don't. Anyways, I gotta get my crucifix out. Anyways,
Do you have any cucumbers? You just hold up.
do I have any
across?
cucumber?
Yeah.
What?
Cucumbers, hold it across.
Wait, I got you. Right, space pen.
The space pen. Mercy!
The power of Christ compels you.
The power
Power of Christ compels you. The dog absolutely relinquishing a demon. Anyways, what were we saying?
No clue.
Right, I was going through things. We can improve the lighting slightly.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, if you see something behind me, we don't have animals and nobody else is home. So,
Okay. Noted.
all right, demons, I'm right here. Happily eat my heart.
Frickin' your cabinets just start opening.
Yeah, if that happens, I'm driving home tonight. You know, I didn't believe in ghosts, but if those cabinets start opening, you know, I'm just move that chair out of the way. You know, full picture. If cabinets start opening, I might start believing in ghosts.
Yeah.
Saying. Or like if the water turns on, right? Or I don't know, the microwave goes off.
That frickin' plant holder thing next to the beach sign just drops.
Yeah. I don't know, it's pretty precarious. I think if a ghost were really trying, I think he'd give it a nice hard shove. Knock it right over. Funny thing is the air's also off at the moment, so... And there's no vent that goes there, so if that fell off... I'll give you a phone call. I'm leaving everything here, except my keys, my wallet, and the clothes on my back. And my kobold plush.
Of course.
Those are the only things I need.
When I was like 10 or so, there was my church was like this long hallway that had like multiple turns down to the restrooms, and the office was the other side. And my parents didn't like to waste the electricity, so when I was sitting there, you know, playing video games and watching YouTube, freaking my parents would be like, all right, or when I need to use the restroom, I'd walk down the hall, turning on the lights, and then there was a master switch on the other side of the hallway.
Oh no.
So I'd use the restroom, prep myself for a sprint, turn off the master switch, and just go like I'd zoom back to the other side because I think like ghost things are chasing me. Yeah.
I did similar things. I still do similar things. What am I saying? Yeah, but I don't believe in no ghosts. Spiritus Sanctus.
You gotta call the Ghostbusters. Oh man. Alright.
Oh, I take it back. There's one other living thing in the house. It's a house plant right over there.
Okay.
that looked dead but is now coming back to life. So maybe it's possessed. I don't.
Exercise the plant.
Christ compels you. If that plant dies, right? If that plant dies by the time morning comes, I'm leaving.
Bro,
Alright.
Bro, that'd be hilarious.
Speaking of which, I should probably water it.
That would.
I don't want to cut my
water it.
vacation.
Yeah, you water it and then it dies.
Yeah, if I water it and it dies, 'cause that thing's gotten real low. Like
Yeah.
all the leaves are brown and most of it's dying,
Heck yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if I water it and it shrivels up the next day, I'm believing ghosts, but this is a bit much.
The screen
Anyways.
drops and
And the light pops.
light-
Like it's an LED, Jamie. I don't think you like that doesn't happen. Not to mention that the one in my room doesn't get above very dim, so it just looks like a ghostly halo unless I turn it off in the pitch black of night. Yeah, maybe this place is haunted. Nah.
It's
Anyways,
the sea demons, the ocean demons,
the Siemens?
the sea. Ah! Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. Thank you. Wow.
So anyways, back to the stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were playing D&D, right? Were we? I don't really remember.
Oh wow, that would reinforce the satanic panic right there.
What?
Two teenagers playing D&D summon ghost in one house.
Was a demon? Yeah, you know the irony, right? Is I'm talking about love, you know, and you're not the one getting haunted. I'm the one getting haunted. All right, this is some BS. I'm also turning my phone on and getting it set so that way I might be able to call 911. I deadbolt the doors.
You what?
And on top of that, I stick a flip flop in like the little crack, right?
A flip flop.
So if someone were to open it,
Yeah.
it slows the opening ever so slightly.
Okay. Flip flops.
I'm not paranoid, Jamie.
I'm not paranoid.
I'm not paranoid,
Just a little.
but I am a safety addict. Paranoid and safety addict. That's the same thing.
Safety attic.
Attic. Speaking of the attic, I think it comes. The attic's entryway is in my parents' closet. So I'm just saying, if there's like, so all I'm saying, right, is if there is a demon, it's headed for the exit because the shower thing drops,
Yeah.
right? You know, say this is the shower thing, light, closet. Shower thing drops,
Bruh, dude.
light pops. Next in like the trend is the exit.
That's not scary.
Not scary at all.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, scary.
Not
Yeah. Good luck.
Thanks. Yeah, what I needed was luck.
Yeah, yeah, good. Happy trails.
Thanks.
Happy trails. Happy exorcisms.
Okay. Let's do this. How many bullet points have we gotten through? How many are left?
We
Does it
have
matter?
stagnated at 4.
4?
For the
Alright.
first session.
Alright.
Anytime
how many-
we can end. We can end anytime.
No, how many were available for the first session?
$11.
I imagine they speed up at some point, right? Right? Right?
Yes.
Ish.
Ish, yeah. Yes-ish.
Hmm.
This is nearly
Alright.
5 hours and 30 minutes.
That's fine. We're gonna go for the longest session ever.
So we need
Here.
to beat 8 hours. Yeah,
We
hours
need to
and
beat
30
8
minutes
hours.
or something.
And we're at 5 right now, right?
5:30, yeah.
And at like midnight your time, you know, 3 my time.
Easy clap.
Easy clap.
Are you,
3 What?
don't you have a cutoff at like 12?
No. School hasn't started.
Okay. We got this. Easy clap.
I just usually don't have anything like any will to do anything this late, but D&D's
Yeah.
different. D&D built different.
D&D built different. What would your reaction
Oh.
be if I told you throughout this entire conversation I was playing Clash Royale? Or sorry, this entire Aerithim conversation I was playing Clash Royale.
It would be
I wasn't.
mildly disappointed, but also a little impressed that you'd managed such a good conversation with that distraction. Maybe this is what we needed in the middle of all this. A moment to decompress before getting back into it.
Yeah.
Maybe we needed a game of Clash Royale and
I wasn't playing Clash Royale, but the thought came across my mind where I was like, I wonder what it would be like to play Clash Royale during this.
accurate to Aerithim, he starts tinkering with the cuff thing.
Alright.
Alright. He gets back into it.
So, and then the dagger. The dagger is both a gift from a dead friend, but it's also a weapon. I don't want to. The reason I said what I said, which I have no excuse for, I'll admit it. But the reason I said it is because Aerithim, it doesn't sound like you made his end particularly easy. It doesn't sound like you've made a lot of people's ends particularly easy. So, from my perspective, I'm holding on to the gift of a friend. And it's used for death. But I am not naive enough to deny the situations I've been in. The wars that I still rage in. So until the day I don't need it anymore, I'm inclined to hang on to it. In memory of Alistair. And as a tool. A weapon. One I hope serves a good purpose. Trust me, the irony is not lost on me.
Do you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill anyone. I'll defend myself. I have defended myself. I don't make a choice in combat. And to brandish a weapon to make a strike with it. But I have another belief. One that predates all the philosophy that comes after it. As long as there's a little more time, there's always a chance to undo. Not undo.
Sorry, that's me screwing it up.
There's always a chance to return to love. Karis. Ui Aitov. Aitov. Ui Karis.
Well.
And, Eartham. You mentioned roses.
He reaches up and touches one of the ones on him. Probably pretty dry by now. And removes it gently.
For me, the rose isn't someone else. Not just one person. For me, the rose is that voice you have to listen to. The one that isn't shouting from the rooftops. Because that voice exists in everyone and in everything. It permeates it all. Sometimes it's just a little quieter. Sometimes it's just a little louder.
And if we return, And I stand before you and your comrades, wielding my thorn. And I continue to take the lives that I give no weight to, the lives I see as meaningless. The one of Eris. The ones that Eris cares about. Whomever that new one is. And if I were to continue, and I were to send them along into the afterlife, with a smile on my face, the same way I executed Alistair. Would you want to kill me?
I'm trying to think of how to respond to this.
Eartham, I'd make you choose. I'd stand in the way. I'd make myself choose. Because what you're doing is you're preaching the voice that never had a figurehead. The same one so many preach. And if it came to it, I would kill you. It's come down to that more than I like. But I don't want to. I don't want you dead. I don't want anyone dead. But if you're dead, you don't get to experience love. Or at least you don't get to experience it, in your words, the way I have.
Do you see their lives cut short? Alistair's. Manasseh's. Or do you think I did them a favor? An older gentleman, diseased with a plague, which would only come about because of his own actions, suffering from it for a long, long time. Alistair. His talisman broken. Shunted from such a high place of power.
A false place of power.
He would have lived a life of misery. So would have Manasseh. And so does now your Ganassi friend. Who's to say that if her life were to end as well, she'd be happier for it? Manasseh, when he died. For you. If you were to. My eyes. I was their salvation.
Perhaps, but that's not for you to determine.
And if I told you Alistair thanked me? Or if I were to say you told me to do it?
That was his decision.
Does that absolve me of my sins?
I'm not one to absolve sins.
But the ephemeral is. Just as I was Manasseh and Alistair's.
No one absolves sins besides themselves.
So when people ask gods to forgive them, what was that? I walked in on you pleading with the Most Almighty.
I won't deny it. I've seen the same things as you have, Eritham. so harsh here. I'm just... Anything that keeps it together is something I'm thankful for. And I'm but one person. Weak and flawed. But I have time.
And if you were to fall dead right now, would you be satisfied with your life?
Absolutely. And if I could live longer, there would be things I would always like to improve. I am not perfect. But I got to watch. I got to watch love, hope, sparked in the hearts of people. I got to watch it bear fruits in front of my eyes. Some of it was me. But ultimately it was them who made that final choice. So yes, I would like to make more of my life. But the seeds bear fruit.
You're so much like Rhea. She tells me the same thing sometimes. That's why I see her as weak, though. I never, until now, saw that as a virtue. A strength. Not saying I agree with it, or I'm going to start subscribing to that philosophy. But I respect it. So to wrap all the way around, if I were to meet the child of death in the woods, and confronted with all these factors, I would ask her, why. Why she does what she does. Even though It she does what she does, and what keeps her going. But then, after all is said and done, I would ask her to release me from the surly bonds of this body. Because I don't have the gall to do it myself. Perhaps that's why I tend to make people like you mad. Or I have such a drive to keep hurting your friends. Who knows? It's duality, you know? Self-preservation built into our DNA. One to have helped our forefathers. But now, met in opposition with a disease, an idea supplanted into my head by some source. There's a certain beauty to it. He kind of looks outside, sees the sun is gone, the moon in the sky, and he says, "The regal dream has just settled in for a long night, and the white wolf prowls." And he walks into the back of the house, leaving you and the daughter of death alone, lit only by the faint, pale rays that peek through the forest canopy. She looks up at you. Larry kind of wraps a hand around your leg, almost.
Yeah.
And then...
Is she like a fully grown adult by now?
No, it looks like she's stunted a little bit.
Oh.
But she says, you tried.
They're kind of like he's just been through an absolute war. Just kind of like lifts his head up and like looks at her.
This is all we can do. Do you want to get back home? I don't have a method for getting you back there.
I don't
Just
know where home is.
That's fair enough. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
In the stories, they said Anon was there for the last moments of a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear something similar?
I do from my mom. I mean, that's her job. She is their last moment. But she's not sad by that. She's more uplifted. Because she knows that she is trusting herself to be the last thing that people need to see. She talks more about the broken and downtrodden than she does about the war heroes or the priests. And it's not a sense of hubris either. But I think there's something valuable in being the last shadow of somebody.
Derek looks up at her, confused as all frick.
I think those words arbitrarily.
What did you say?
Do you pick those words arbitrarily?
No. I'm still trying to identify the meaning truly, but my mother used that a little bit. That's so. There's a lot of things I don't know about her, but there's a lot of things I do.
She sounds nice.
She's very. You should meet her one day. I think you two get along.
When I die one day, I'll probably meet her anyways. So, matter of time, I suppose.
Well, I was awoken from my slumber. I shall return.
Are you... Do you have a purpose here? Or are you just here for the time?
If I were to take away anything from that conversation, I think I may have identified why I might be here. And she just makes herself comfortable and drifts off to sleep.
Kirk just still like sitting on the floor, you know, leaning up against the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. It's D&D related, I swears. I swear.
Blonde.
So it is true. Jamie,
Huh?
my psionic talent die leveled up.
Hey!
It's not a D8 anymore, it's a D10. Oh goodness.
Nice.
It just is there. And just stares at the ceiling for a minute and gives himself a second to just like not think.
And we'll end this session there. And we'll pick up
Okay.
sometime.
That was a lot. You sure you don't want to go on? I'm good. We got this. 3 more hours.
If I have like I kind of want to play video games for like a little bit and then
Yeah.
like, come back to it if that happens, but hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
We had a new follower. 12 minutes.
Hey.
12 minutes ago. Their name? Perfect Frost Mage.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is it still live? It is. Hello. Nobody. I don't think.
Hello, no.
2 viewers. Me and you, I imagine.
Probably. Okay, bye.